I call our agenda meeting to order. We'll have invocation today by Commissioner Tim Harrell, Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Barbara Aycock. We'll have the approval of the minutes, and then any adjustments to our agenda.
Yes, sir. I have one here that's a walk-on for on-call engineering services, where we'll be adding two more engineering firms to our list of on-call services. I'd like to add that under the consent agenda. They are Garver Company and the Wooten Company.
All right, was there anything else?
That'll be just one day, right?
Do what now?
That'll be just one addition, 20,
Yeah.
not 2021.
Yes, and then I also have a presentation on funded versus unfunded mandates. We would like to add a new business item.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to that. And that will be under new business
So it'll be right after consent.
Correct.
before public comments.
Yes. That's it, sir.
Okay. Anything else on agenda? Okay, then special presentations. We have Wayne County celebration of America's 250th birthday presented by Chamber President Todd Walker. Then we'll have public hearings. We have 3 of those. First public hearing will be at 9:15 to receive public comments on a request to rezone 18.61 acres from RA 20 and community shopping to light industry for property located in Brogdon Township on the west side of US Highway 117 alternate, identified as tax parcel 258-566-2557. After that public hearing, the board may take action. The next public hearing will be at 9:30 a.m. In the Commissioners' Meeting Room here in the Wayne County Courthouse Annex, 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina, to receive public comments on the county manager's recommended budget for 26-27. And after that, we'll have a public hearing at 9:30 a.m. Here in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in Wayne County Courthouse Annex, 224 East Walnut Street, Goldsboro, North Carolina, to receive public comments regarding economic incentives for Project Pioneer. The Board of Commissioners will consider an incentive grant of up to 30% of the new real and personal property tax revenues payable over 10 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest up to $756 million in capital improvements and create up to 9 jobs in Wayne County. The board may take action following that public hearing. On the appointment committee, we'll hear from them on the reappointment of Chad Croker, Paul King, Mike Woodard to the Wayne Executive Jetport Advisory Committee. Under unfinished business, a motion to approve the lease agreement for Rosewood Elementary School between the County of Wayne and the Wayne County Board of Education. Do you want to enlighten us a little on that?
Yes, sir. So if you recall, the Rosewood Middle School project was expanded to add some additional classrooms at Rosewood Elementary School. When we went out for borrowing, the collateral for that financing was the middle school itself, and that's already been conveyed to us. They're currently in the process of design, and they're going to start construction on the elementary school here soon. Even though that's not being used as collateral, common practice is for the school system to convey that over to the county during construction for the sales tax benefit, because the school board and the school system still have to pay sales tax and we do not, so that's a cost savings. So all the lease agreement is it just calls for the school board to convey that to the county for the duration of the project. And then once the project is over, we would convey that back to the school system.
So they're conveying it by title, but they're leasing it back from us.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the lease just outlines that they're still responsible for carrying insurance and things of that nature.
They get the driveway
I have not heard.
how about the water line issue?
That's been resolved.
Okay.
And the drainage thing, DOT's still in the process. I sent her that same video.
And I believe, the school system is speaking with that property owner as well. So that's moving forward.
Thanks, sir.
All right, then we move on to consent agenda, budget amendments. Good morning.
We'll be starting with budget amendment number 452. This budget amendment is from the sheriff's office. This amendment is to realign funds in order to purchase and implement Project Lifesaver. This is a rapid response program that uses radio frequency technology to locate individuals with cognitive conditions. Number 453. This budget amendment is to anticipate and allocate funding through Eastern Carolina Council for Wages Food Distribution. This is a pass-through grant. We need to increase both the revenue and expenditure line items so that we can pay out the final distributions for the year. 457, this is from Public Health Department. This is to realign the dental program budget to fund removing and replacing the dental mobile unit exterior wrap.
It is faded. I noticed it yesterday. One side anyway.
Okay,
Number 458, this is from Facilities. This is to realign the budget, be able to pay for additional repairs and maintenance to buildings for the remainder of the fiscal year. The next one is number 462. This is the fire department budgets. This is to pay out additional collections received to our fire departments for the remainder of the fiscal year. Number 472, this is our medical examiner line item. This is to recognize excess revenues and EMS cost Medicaid settlement to realign these funds to cover an increase in medical examiner fees.
So how much have we actually gone up, or have they gone up this year? How much
So
in the budget?
the current budget is $187,000. We've spent $186,000. And we started at bear with me. We started this fiscal year at $107,000.
So we're $80,000 more, almost twice as much.
So if you compare it to last year, we paid out $123,000. So right at
60.
$75,000-ish.
And they went up from 28 to 58 or something like that?
If you'll scroll up to the memo, that is detailed.
And our share went up.
Yeah. So there's another.
unfunded mandate.
And we can't determine how many people's gonna need autopsies, so.
No, sir. It's a yes.
The final budget amendment is number 474. This is from Finance. This is to realign funds to adhere to GASB 87 leases and GASB 96 subscriptions, which are required for accounting and financial reporting standards that was established by the General Accounting Standards Board. Now, there's no overall change to the budget. We're just having to reclassify those expenses and revenues properly for presentation purposes only. That's all that I have.
Well, thank you. Any questions on any of those? All right, next item on the consent agenda is a motion to approve the final plat for Bella Point Phase 1. Barry, that's your show.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Bella Point, this is phase one, it's the final plat. This is out on Highway 70 East. If you go past Walnut Creek, head towards the range, it'll be on the left, right before you get to the county line. The preliminary was originally approved last March, so it's been a little over a year ago. They were approved for 101 lots, but the first phase includes 54, so doing about half of the subdivision at this point. All the improvements are complete and in at this time. They were required to install a right deceleration lane or a right turn lane on Highway 70 into the subdivision to get folks out of the travel lane. And so that's been installed as well. The average lot size is about 28,700 square feet or 7/10 of an acre. And we do have a built standards letter from DOT for the road itself. Planning Board has reviewed this and does recommend approval.
Pretty good sized lots. You would think it would be fairly dry, huh?
Okay, any questions on that? All right, the next item we have is a motion to approve the final plat for Saddleback Farms subdivision.
Right, this is another final plat. This preliminary was approved actually in December, so about 6 months ago or so. All the improvements are in with this, but let me point out, if you look at the map in front of you, you see the lots that are on the, I guess, south side, if you're looking at the bottom half of the subdivision, that are kind of hatched out. That's in Fremont's jurisdiction in their ETJ. So what you're looking at are the lots to the north of that little dash line, above that. So I think there are, in our county, 11 lots on the northern end of this subdivision that are actually in the county. Fremont's already approved their side. They approved it, I believe, a few weeks ago. Have actually signed the Mylar to record. And so now they're just waiting for county approval for the remaining 11 that's on the county side. All improvements are in, as I said. We do have a built standards letter from DOT for the streets as well, and Planning Board does recommend approval.
Will these be septic tanks?
They will, yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions? Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Our next item is a motion to adopt a resolution by the County of Wayne authorizing the award of opioid settlements.
Good morning again. So this, if you recall, this is, each time we do an award for opioid settlements, we have to pass a resolution, that's required under the state's MOA. We currently are in the process of reviewing applications where your working group is, and they're gonna come back in a few months, with recommendations. If you recall, each year, we do fund a portion of the medical care provider contract at the jail, at the detention center with opioid funds. That's IMS, IMS Correctional Health Care. And the portion that we fund is for the MAT services, that's medically assisted treatment. So that helps provide substance abuse treatment to inmates at the jail. And we fund that portion. It's a dedicated nurse that provides those services to the inmates at the jail. The amount of that portion of the contract for this fiscal year, for the upcoming fiscal year, is $161,000.
I got a question on that. So, is it kind of like, when they're incarcerated in this program, are they trying to get them off of opioids? Is that what we're trying to do? Is it, I mean, how's that, you said there?
I believe it's, do you know the specifics of it? I know that when they come in, they provide them treatment in order to wean them off whatever drugs that they're on. And then when they get into the substance misuse program, they provide them the additional treatment. So I think it's a mix of different
Okay. I mean,
prescriptions that
I
they
guess
give.
what I'm getting at is, we need to use the funds if we can to try to
That's what it is.
encourage, okay.
I believe it's mostly
Okay,
detox when they
got it.
come in.
I got you. All right.
The ultimate goal would be if they were to achieve sobriety off of opioids, but,
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
it's
I
the
get it.
start of the
I get it.
process.
Okay, any other questions on that? Our next item is a motion to adopt a resolution by the County of Wayne approving the amendments to the personnel policy. Good morning.
What you have before you is some updates to the personnel policy. For the most part, everything in here is basically taking vague language and making it more specific. However, there is one part of the policy that I want to go over with you guys and talk about. And then if there's any questions after I kind of talk about it, I'll be glad to take those and answer them as best as I can. The one part that I really want to talk about is the certification policy, as it is currently processed, and how I would like to change that going forward. But before I go into any of the details in the verbiage, I kind of want to just give you an overview. What the old policy did, or the current policy, is when employees who get approved for certifications receive a permanent percentage increase added directly to their base salary. And that builds over time. Once it's approved, it just grows as a part of their salary. What the new policy would do is replace those permanent salary increases with an annual flat rate stipend, a recurring dollar amount that has to be budgeted and approved each year by the board. What it does not do is take anything away from current employees. Anyone already receiving a certification-based salary increase keeps it. It's in their base pay, it's locked in, and it will wash out over time with market adjustments. No one is losing anything. The phase out is gradual. This is not a hard cutoff today, and then July 1st, we just go to a new process. It would be the 1/3 of the counties, or 1/3 of the departments that were in the current pay study would qualify for this new one, and then we would step it in every year for the next 3 years. So that means the old policy would fully close out in 2028. And the reason that we're doing this is that the old system is creating compounding unbudgeted salary obligations. The new system is consistent, transparent, and gives HR, management, and board oversight at every step. Just for clarity, the control of the system prior, it belonged to the departments. They tell us when an employee is certified. They tell us that an employee has met all the qualifications. We don't have any oversight over that. That's how it works currently. This new program would come through HR. We would verify all the certifications, make sure that the employee is actually certified and maintaining that certification before they get payout. Their payout would only happen once they prove that. It doesn't happen automatically like it does now. Okay? So that's the biggest change to the policy that I recommend at this time. Are there any questions for me?
So
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So you're saying if a person gets certification, it goes through you and you provide the rate increase? Is that what you're saying?
We would do the PAF. We would own the process as far as making sure that the employee is actually certified in what they say they're certified in. We would check their credentials to make sure that it's current. And then we would pay out whatever increase has been agreed upon in the budget process.
So any job that you have and you get certified in, specific to that job, they would receive an increase once they were certified?
No, so certifications that are included in this policy would not be anything that's required to be able to keep your job. For example, RNs don't get a certification for renewing their RN.
But a new skill set, I'm talking about.
Yes, a new skill set that
in their
has
job.
been approved, yes.
But it's got to be approved by,
So the department would give us that information in advance. We'll go through and we'll determine whether or not it qualifies. And then as a part of the budget process, we'll either add it to the certification policy or deny it.
that's got to be approved prior to them going for that
Yes.
skill set,
Yes,
not after the fact.
right.
So you said a while ago that the ones that are, I'm sorry, Ms. Barber, I apologize, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, well, the ones that have already got their skill set in a job, would this affect them if they have not received their increase?
No, so if they're currently getting their 2%, let's say they get 2% on their base salary. starting next year or whenever their department rolls into the new policy, instead of getting a further 2%, let's say they were to get a market increase of a percentage, and then we do another % of the certification for the certification. Instead of doing that, we would give them whatever their market increase is, or if we're doing a COLA, we would give them their COLA, and then they would not get any further increases as a percentage. It would just be a payout that year, a stipend.
So does the person know basically what his percentage increase will be once he starts
Once
the
it's
new
a-
skill set?
Once it's approved, if you guys approve it, of course, we would give that information to them up front.
So,
Go ahead.
so what is the actual criteria, or what skill sets fall into what? If it's, you said the other day it was 500, 1,000, 2,000, whatever it is.
I don't have a list in front of me because I didn't realize that you would be asking that question. However, I can get that information for you. It's based off of what the department recommends. So there is a definition for each level, each tier level. There's 3 different levels. And then we would just go through and see what the qualifications are and base those qualifications against the tier level. And then whatever tier it qualifies for is what we would assign it.
So there's three levels. What's the rate on the level
500,
one?
1,000, and 1,500.
500, 1,000, 1,500. And they could have 3 of them,
They can have up to 3.
up to 3. Okay, and you said earlier that this does not apply to those that have to have certifications to do their job.
The certifications that are already required as a part of their job do not qualify for certification increases because they are already getting paid to do that work.
So if you've got somebody that actually goes in and gets, you take inspections for, or risk management or facilities, that they go out and get an additional certification, even though they're in their job, but as they get certifications, it actually helps them do their job better.
Not all certifications are going to be paid out. Even now, not every single certification is an increase. Only some are asked about, and so that's what we add. We have no way of knowing all the certifications that every employee is qualified for, so the departments have to come to us and tell us, this is a certification. Here's the reason that it increases the services to our community and creates efficiency within our department. We would like to add this to the certification policy. They have to come to us every year and ask for that.
So the county pays for the actual license that they get, and they pay for the renewal, correct? So, and to be eligible to pay for renewal, they got to have their CEUs. So therefore, I would think the supervisor would be aware of them going to class, because they're going to be doing the class pretty much during
Yes.
county time. So
Not always, but yes.
I don't quite understand the keeping up with the part of it. The other part I got an issue with is the one-time payout. Taxes are gonna eat them alive, at the end of the year, or whenever it is, if it's June or if it's December, I don't know when you're talking about doing it. I got a little bit of an issue with kind of a little bit of uncertainty. Nothing towards you or HR. I think it needs to be explained to, the employees prior to us passing something, because once it passes, it's kind of like, it don't really matter. That's just Chris's opinion.
Mine too.
I would ask that this part to be actually tabled until we get some more information, Mr. Chairman, if we can pull this off of the consent agenda.
Okay, we have got some,
I have a question if I
Okay.
could ask.
Yeah, please.
Sarah, I just have a question, just a clarification question for me to make sure I understand. So, for the policy, it says certification policy, and you have highlighted in yellow,
Yes.
limitations on future certification-based increases under this policy. Can you just help me understand, please, that third bullet where it says existing approved certification-based salary increases will remain in effect, but will not be modified or expanded under this policy? The certification-based salary increase will phase out over the next two salary studies. So what does that mean?
All I'm saying here is that if you are already in the program, and you're not in one of the departments that's being stepped in, you're gonna remain the same until your department is stepped in. You're gonna continue to get what you've always got. What I am saying is we're not going to make any more changes to the old policy. So whatever's on there now is what stays on there.
Right.
We're not gonna take anything away or add anything. We're just gonna leave it as it is. And then over the next 2 years, as an employee is stepped in, they would no longer qualify for the old policy and they would start on the new policy.
So, just to make sure I understand, so what that is saying is that we're not, as an employee is phased into whatever the next step is, we're not going to do away with certification recognition, we're gonna keep it.
Yes,
So-
it stays with them.
Right, so that employee will get the new adjustment and then continue with whatever tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 that they qualify for.
Correct.
On top of the adjustment, the policy itself is not going to phase out, and we're not doing away with not recognizing credentials. Does that
No,
make sense?
we are not going away from it completely. It's just a difference in how it's processed.
Right,
So I need to clarify, so let me make sure I understand.
yeah.
I can't hold my pen this morning. I'm just gonna use a number. So if you got somebody making $50,000 a year, and they do a 2%, that would be $1,000. So if you got somebody making $50,000 a year, and then their adjustment goes to 55,000, and they've got, on their next pay study, and then they've got, say, they've got two 1,000s, and they've got a 1,500, that's $3,500. So if they're at 55,000, basically they will be at 58.5. Is that what we're saying, or they're gonna be at 55,000 after their adjustment?
After their base pay will remain the same. They will receive an annual stipend payout. The base pay won't change. That's part of the issue, the way that we currently do it, is that it goes as a part of their base salary. We pay fringes on that. And it increases over time. Over and over and over again. It just compounds. This is just to stop it from compounding. Keeps base salary separate from everything else.
So basically, in general, it's gonna, it'll cut some of the employees out of a pay raise, round figures, because it's actually increasing basically what we were just talking about. So percentage-wise,
From a market adjustment point, they will not be cut. Their market value is still their market value according to the data that is collected. It has nothing to do with certifications. It's a completely separate thing and it should not be a part of base salaries.
Well, I think you've already asked that this be removed from the consent agenda and it be tabled.
Yes.
And with that in mind, is there concurrence by the board that we remove it from the consent agenda and table this matter for a later study? Everybody in agreement?
No problem.
Okay, we're gonna remove it and table it, and we'll have further discussion on it.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is a motion to approve the conveyance of 711 North Virginia Street to the city of Goldsboro, as requested by the city of Goldsboro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you remember last meeting, you agreed to convey 709 North Virginia Street to the city of Goldsboro. This is a property that is jointly owned between the county and the city of Goldsboro. It's a previous foreclosure, and the structure on there needed to be demolished. 709 and 711 both need to be demolished. The only reason why 711 was not included in that original request is because there was an outside buyer who was interested in buying it. They have since backed out, and so now the city is requesting that we give up our interest in 711 as well, so that they can move forward with demolition. And by giving up our 1/2 interest, we would not be responsible for any demolition costs.
Okay, any questions on that? Then the next item is a motion to approve resolution 2026-14, a resolution allowing for the use of pyrotechnics for the town of Pikeville. Next item is a motion to approve resolution 2026-15, a resolution allowing for the use of pyrotechnics for the town of Seven Springs. Item 17 is a motion to approve a 3-year lease with the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction for the space within the courthouse as recommended by the Facilities Committee.
Yes, sir. Under state law, we're required to provide, office space for probation and parole. We currently do that at 2 facilities. We received notification a couple months ago, from the chief, probation officer that Dark Cherry, which is the drug treatment, piece of, Department of Corrections, they were actually gonna be moved into, probation and parole here in Wayne County. So by doing that, that staff at DART actually needs to move over to the facilities here. So they don't have enough space. What we have, the manager decided to do is move them to the 2nd floor of the courthouse. This would be, some staff that are currently at the facilities located right here on William Street. It's the Division of Community Supervision, and they're the ones that oversee, community, basically if you have probation and you get screened here at the courthouse. So community service, things of that nature. So it makes sense for them to be at the courthouse. So they're gonna be on the 2nd floor. And then we just need to approve that lease. We have a lease with Department of Corrections for all the probation offices.
Where was the DART facilities?
West
Out
Ashland.
there,
Where-
at the facility, out there,
Who was providing those facilities?
the state was.
The state of
That was
North
the state
Carolina.
facility. It's out there by the prison, out that way.
But at this point, again, it's been shifted down to the county
Yes,
to
sir.
provide that versus the state.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Those staff are now
Another
gonna be
unfunded
overseen
mandate.
by local probation.
Say it a little louder, I didn't hear you in the back of the room.
Okay, say it a little louder. Okay, next item. Any questions on that? All right, next item is item 18 is a motion to obtain pricing for pavement signage, lighting, landscape for the Health and Human Services entrance as recommended by the Facilities Committee.
That's, at our DHHS facility, continuation of the pavement that we had stopped. The signage at the front entrance on the, service road, the lighting for, that driveway, and landscaping for the Health and Human Services entrance. And the Facilities Committee recommended we move forward with obtaining price and cost.
And the funding for that was already allocated from the construction,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Correct.
All right, any questions on that item? Item 19 is a motion to allow Wayne County Structured Day to use classroom space at School Street School as recommended by the Facilities Committee.
Yes, sir. The Facilities Committee met with representatives from the JCPC and Structured Day programs and identified 4 classrooms on the right-hand side as you enter the building. They have an outside entrance, and the Facilities Committee recommends that this board grant them that space for operations.
Okay, any questions on that? Next item is item 20, which is a walk-on, and that is accepting the qualifications of Garver and the Wooten Company to be added to the list of on-call professional engineering services.
Yes, sir. The county advertised that publicly on 5/5/2026 and closed it on 5/18/2026, and we recommend these 2 companies be added.
All right, and the next item is under new business, where we'll have a presentation by the county manager on state and federal unfunded mandates requiring funding from the county of Wayne. Then we'll have public comments, county manager's report, board of commissioners committee reports, closed session, and then after that, we'll go into a budget work session. With that in mind, we've got a closed session. Do I have a motion we go into closed session?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to go into closed session.
And that would be to discuss matters relating to location or expansions of industries and discuss matters relating to military installation realignment and to consult with your attorney to retain attorney-client privilege.
All right. So please vote. And we're in closed session. Okay, we're back out of closed session, and we'll have a recess until 9. I call our June 2nd Board of Commissioners meeting to order. Commissioners are reminded of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest consistent with state law and Wayne County policies. Any commissioner who has an actual or potential conflict of interest with respect to any matter on the agenda should disclose the conflict prior to the meeting. Good morning, everyone, and the invocation today is Commissioner Tim Harrell, and followed by a pledge of allegiance by Commissioner Barbara Aycock.
Good morning. If you would, please join me in prayer this morning as we open our meeting. Father God, we thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to be here, Lord, together as friends, Lord, colleagues, to carry out the business of Wayne County, Lord. Father, your word tells us to ask and we shall receive, and today we ask in your name, Father, that we receive wisdom from you, Lord, as we have to make important decisions that affect our county, Lord, our citizens, our friends, our families, God. We also, Father, ask for blessings upon everyone in this room, Lord, as they're here for this meeting and as they leave today, Father, as well as the citizens of our county, and blessings upon our country, Lord. We ask for prayers, Father, and blessings for those that may be sick today and need touching in their lives, God. And again, we ask all these blessings in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, entertain a motion to approve the minutes of May 19th.
So approved.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? If not, please vote.
Never mind, didn't come up.
Okay, then we've got agenda. Any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, sir. The first one is a removal of item number 13 under the consent agenda, which was a motion to adopt a resolution by the County of Wayne approving amendments to the personnel policy. We'll remove that to a future date. Second one is an addition to the consent agenda, which is Wayne County adding 2 engineers to its list of on-call engineering services. Of course, as we discussed, it was advertised, and we would like to add the Garver Company and the Wooten Company to our list of on-call engineering services. That would be under consent. Under new business, I have a presentation on the statutorily mandated functions of the county that the state of North Carolina has put on us and or has on us, and we'd like to add that to new business.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the adjusted agenda as the county manager just stated.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? If not, please vote. And today we've got special presentation, Wayne County celebration of America's 250th birthday, presented by Chamber President Todd Walker.
Hey, sir.
Good morning.
Well, we need to get you an intro song, that's what we need to
An intro
That
song.
would be good. Some dry ice, that come in, some lights would be great. But Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, everyone here, I come before you. Thank you. First, I want to thank you for what you all do. This is the first time I've come before you, but it won't be the last. And I do praise God for each one of you. I've gotten a chance to be with many of you in different circumstances and working. I know what you do and what this county means to you. So, with that said, that's what this also means to me when it comes to putting the fireworks together. As Colonel Todd Walker, we would do the fireworks on the base, which was great, but it seemed to leave a little lasting taste. There was something left to be, something needed to happen. And I understand why the base has to continue to do theirs, but that doesn't mean that we can't do one in Wayne County. And so while there's some places like Seven Springs that still does a great show with Mayor Hughes, and the same with our friends up in Pikeville with Chief Jarman and Mayor Alves, one that can combine, just like I think I told each of you when I took the chamber job, was I want to make sure that Wayne County is completely represented. And so that's why we've come up with Fireworks Over Wayne. And so far, I can tell you this, the sponsorship, I should say, or the excitement has really even taken me by storm. As of right now, as fireworks over Wayne goes, you can expect on the 4th of July, barring any rain and a ban, let's keep praying the Lord that we keep getting rain. We're going to have an event that's going to take place from 4 to 9 at the fairgrounds. Right now, we have a 15 to 20-minute fireworks display that'll take place at about 9 o'clock. This is done by a very well-known company, so when I say it's going to be a great fireworks explosion, I promise you, it's going to be a really great time. But what I want to really go over here is just to kind of give you an idea of what that day looks like. So as folks come in 4 to 9, the very first thing that we started when we did this 8 months ago, we sat down, and Chip, I really want to thank you and everybody with the county, especially when it comes to Sheriff Pierce, Captain Sasser. Command and control and safety and emergency response was the number one thought in my mind for this entire event. I promise you, it's already laid down. Dave Cuddleback, all the team, when it comes to Marmax firefighters, when it comes to all throughout this region, Goldsboro, we are going to have the safest event possible. There will be a command center on campus. There will also be a first aid from UNC Health Wayne will be there as well, and we'll have 4 or 5 different ambulances ready to respond, along with Marmac on the outside. So first and foremost, I promise you, you're going to have a great and safe event. The other part of that is we know it's going to be hot, so hydration is going to be a massive concern. That's why we'll have so much lemonade, you just won't believe it. So we have 16 food trucks. 7 of those are going to be drink-type trucks, shaved ice, and all those types of things. And so we are looking at that. But we're also going to be having water everywhere. Anybody needs something, they're going to be able to get a hold of that. So with that said, with safety being the forefront, we know that that's going to be well taken care of. The events, we have 3 live bands, all local bands, 581 South, Wood and Steel, and the Zach King Band. Zach King, he's a young fellow from here, and he got excited the other day. He said, "Hey, Todd, you mind if I bring a fiddler?" And I'm like, "Of course you can bring a fiddler." Yeah, I think that'd be great. So we're going to have those bands. They're going to start at 5 and go to about 8:30. And during that whole period of time, you're also going to have a BMX demo that's going to be taking place. You'll have a vendor fair where we'll have about 65 vendors that will be set up inside an enclosed facility, which is great, because as we know, it's going to be hot out. So the vendors are really stoked about that. We're also going to have a chicken wing contest, which is going to be great. I do want to thank Case Farms. They're providing all the chicken wings for the event, so they're our sponsor for that. But so far, we got 5 teams, so if anybody wants to join the chicken wing competition, all they have to do is get with the chamber, contact Todd Walker, we'll get you signed up. Completely free to sign up, and for the first place winner, you're going to get $1,000. Second place, $750, third place, $250. We want this Fireworks Over Wayne to be something too, to where folks go to it. It's a competitive part to it, right? Just like if you look up in Rhode Island and some of those places, I could see in the future us expanding to where maybe we have a hot dog eating contest. Maybe we have an apple pie contest. Maybe we have potato sacks, but that's next year. We'll get to that point. But through the rest of the events, you're going to end up seeing our Wayne County Cruisers will have their car show that many of you already have enjoyed. I enjoy it. Jerry Barnes also will have a tractor show out there, so that's going to be there. So, and then Bethel Church, along with a number of our other churches in the community, are coming together for a family fun entertainment zone. And so the intent is for folks to get there at 4, hear some music that's going on, see the 16 wonderful food trucks, the vendors, look at the cars, enjoy it. But then with the Family Fun Center, I guarantee it, we'll see a lot of folks, young kids with their faces painted, and then we'll have a bunch of other interactive type events for them to do. We will also, for our sponsors, we couldn't do it without them. This event's probably around $75,000 to $80,000. We have been able to raise over $85,000 for the event already. And I do want to again thank the County of Wayne. Chip, what you and I love working with you. I love talking about what the chamber's focus is, because as we've talked, that my focus is what your focus is, and that's on the people in the community here. And so your commitment to us as a fire show sponsor is so very thankful. The same with working together with the city when it came to waiving the tipping fees. I can't thank you all enough for that. With you and with the city working together, this event is going to be fantastic. So with that said, at 9 o'clock, the plan was to have an F-15E flyover, but they're a little busy right now.
Yeah.
And so God bless them for what they do. But I do have a little ace in my sleeve. And so I am going to make a phone call to a friend of mine and see if there's a possibility to maybe get a little flyover where the jets or the planes will have red, white, and blue smoke coming out. And I just think that would be great. So ultimately, what I'm looking for here to let you all know is that everything is well taken care of. We are going to put together an event for you all that is going to make Wayne County and all the citizens proud. As a matter of fact, we're even advertising in Raleigh. So let's face it, I want to showcase this place. There's no other place I'd rather live And I'd like folks to come from outside of the area and start seeing, holy cow, there's no other place to live, work, and raise a family than Wayne County. And I know that when we look at what's going on between April with the Pickle Festival, right up into to our event in July, and then you go right over to Freedom Fest just 2 months later, and then we're in the holiday seasons where we put together the best light up Christmas parade you could ever imagine. I can't think of a better place from here. So that's my commitment to you all. You'll always have that from the chamber. So I look forward to it. I hope to see you all out there. Please continue to spread the joy for it, because I think we have a chance to get between 18 to 20,000 people. It's going to be a packed house, but I'm looking forward to it. So, sir, ma'am, gentlemen, any questions for me on the event?
Any questions?
A little more enthusiasm.
Just a little.
I need to get more coffee, sorry. But no, thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, not quite 9:15, so we are going to move on to the appointments committee.
I need a motion to reappoint Chad Coker, Paul King, and Mike Woodard to the Wayne Executive Jetport Advisory Committee.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Not, please vote. Okay, and then under unfinished business, a motion to approve the lease agreement for Rosewood Elementary School between the County of Wayne and Wayne County Board of Education.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So as I stated at the 8 o'clock meeting or the briefing session, so we're in the midst right now of the Rosewood Middle School project. You all, a couple months ago, went out for borrowing for that. During the course of planning for the Rosewood Middle School, it was decided that that by the school board that you all would pursue an addition to the elementary school to help with the flow, the feeder pattern from the elementary school to the middle school. So the collateral for your borrowing was the middle school. So that's already been transferred and that's covered under a lease agreement. General practice is when you undertake construction for any school project, the school system, they're not exempt from sales tax and the county is. So it's common practice for the school system to convey that over to the county during the course of the construction. So that's what's gonna happen with the elementary school so that we can save the sales tax money. While that's going on, there needs to be a lease in place to cover the expectations for who's gonna carry insurance, who's gonna be responsible for maintenance, because the school system would still assume those responsibilities. So we just need to approve this lease agreement so we can get the school transferred over and start recognizing those sales tax savings. And the lease would only be in place for the duration of the construction project. Once that's over, then we would convey it back to the school system.
Okay, any questions on that? Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, please vote. All right, it's now 9:16, so our first public hearing today is to receive public comments on a request to rezone 18.61 acres from RA 20 and community shopping to light industry for property located in Brogdon Township on the west side of US Highway 117 alternate, identified as tax parcel 258-566-2557. So I call the public hearing to order.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is a rezoning request for property out on 117 alternate. This is about 3/4 of a mile north of O'Berry Road. If you're familiar with where Tri-County is, Tri-County Electric is right across 117 alternate from that. Several years ago, and actually I do have a map provided to you. This property is owned by Croft Properties, which is William Best. And the property is split into 3 different zoning districts. It's split into light industry, RA 20. You can see that on the screen here.
Okay.
The green light industry that you see, that's part of this same property. It was rezoned by this board several years ago. And then the area in red, the yellow part under the red hatch, that is the RA20. They're requesting to rezone to light industry. And then the blue under the the red hatched area is also what they're requesting to be rezoned to light industry. So basically, they want their entire tract to be the same zoning, which would be light industry. They do have a current industrial use there. They do have some commercial warehouse buildings, and they would like to expand, which is the reasoning for the rezoning. We have advertised this public hearing. We posted the property. We sent notices to adjacent property owners and advertised it in the paper. So if there's any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them.
And the planning board has reviewed
Planning board
this?
has, yes, sir.
And-
And they do recommend approval. Yes, sir.
All right, any questions? Okay, has anyone signed up for, to speak at this? Okay, last call for any speakers to speak on this subject. Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and the board may take action.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the zoner request on Highway 117, alternate tax parcel 258-566-2557.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please vote. All right, our next item is a consent agenda. We've reviewed that. We have removed item 13. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
We added one too.
And we did. We added item 20, the engineers.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion we approve the adjusted consent agenda with the one removed and one addition.
Any comments or questions? Okay, please vote. Okay, we're waiting for 9:30 on our other two public hearings. At this time, we are opening for public comment. Has anyone signed up for public comments?
No, sir.
No one signed up for public comment?
No, sir.
All right, I close public comments.
Would you like to do the new business presentation while we wait?
There's not time.
Okay.
Let me hear that question again.
There's not enough time to do the public.
There's not enough time to
business.
do.
Not
new
enough time to
business.
do that,
No, sir.
okay. With that in mind, we are in recess until 9:30. right, we're back from our recess, long recess. We've got a public hearing that we're having today, and that public hearing is on the county manager's recommended budget for 26-27.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, at our previous meeting, I presented the budget for fiscal year 26-27 for Wayne County. The budget outlined the revenues and expenditures needed to maintain county operations, support community services, and continue strategic investments across the county. The proposed budget reflected the county's continued focus on responsible financial management, employee investment, economic development, public safety, and long-term planning. It also addresses several upcoming financial challenges, including increased retirement and insurance costs, inflationary pressures, and reductions in federal funding support for public assistance. Total budget was $291.2 million. The general fund budget, $254.5 million. There was no property tax increase recommended. We did recommend 11 new full-time positions, $5.5 million in fund balance usage. We continue to invest in our schools, EMS, economic development, and county facilities. Just bear with me a moment. The budget is, of course, one of the most important decisions made each year. It helps determine what services the county provides, staffing and equipment needs, funding for schools and public safety, maintenance and construction of county facilities, and long-term financial planning priorities. The budget also serves as a financial management tool to ensure county operates responsibly and within state law. There are assumptions that in 26-27 that were based on current economic conditions, and that the proposed budget assumes that the property tax rate will remain at 0.6259 per $100 of valuation. And the budget is balanced by carefully managing operating expenses while maximizing revenue growth. Wayne County continued to invest heavily in public schools and public education. It increased local school operating funding by $520,141. It continued to support existing 22 school resource officers through Wayne County Public Schools, and it also maintained the community college funding at $5,930,000 for county appropriation and $769,000 for capital outlay. Wayne County also continued to receive funding through North Carolina Public Schools system for capital outlay. The county has updated its 5-year capital CIP program as well. The 26-27 budget includes $2.8 million in proposed capital project needs and equipment needs. There were some fee adjustments for the Jetport, Farmers Market, Detention Center, Environmental Health, the Maxwell Center, OES, and Planning. Looking ahead, the budget continues Wayne County's commitment to responsible financial management, strategic long-term planning, public safety investments, economic development growth, employee retention and recruitment, and support for education and community services. Thank you, sir. Open for public comment.
All right, I open the floor for public comments. Has anyone signed up?
Yes, sir, we have a Carl Martin.
Carl Martin. Welcome, Mr. Martin. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Like our nation and the state of North Carolina, the county of Wayne has a government based on laws that are in our ordinances, and you have each sworn an oath to uphold them. The following is information that has been taken from the Wayne County, North Carolina Code of Ordinances, Section 142, Appendix B, Wayne Executive Jetport Rules and Regulations, which can be found on the county's website. Under Article 3, Wayne Executive Jetport Commission, the following is written. Article 3, General Provisions. Definitions.
For the purpose of this appendix, the following terms shall be defined as specified below. Unless specifically defined, words or phrases used in this ordinance shall be interpreted to give them the meaning they have in common usage and to give this ordinance the most reasonable application. Number 25, shall means the word shall is always mandatory and not merely directory. 25, governing board means the Board of Commissioners for Wayne County. The governing board has final responsibility and authority to control the operations of the Wayne County Executive Jetport. Section 4, funding. A, the governing board remains the funding source for the WEJP, the WEJP manager, and the WEJP commission. The WEJP annual budget shall be presented for approval to the WEJP commission before being submitted to the governing body for review and approval. B, the WEJP commission shall work with the WEJP manager in developing the annual budget. I have obtained and reviewed copies of all the WEJP Commission agendas and approved meetings from May 6, 2025 to date, and noted there is no record of any WEJP budget discussions between the WEJP manager and the WEJP Commission, or that the WEJP Commission approved the proposed WEJP FY 26 to 27 budget prior to it being submitted to the governing body as required by our county laws. Furthermore, I have searched the disorganized county website and have not found or been provided with any records that indicates the FY 25 to 26 WEJP budget was presented to or approved by the WEJP Commission before it was submitted to and approved last year by the governing body. Since the FY 26 to 27 proposed budget for the WEJP has not been lawfully submitted to the governing board, and since we are a county that is governed by a system of laws, the proposed WEJP FY 26 to 27 budget funding request should not be taken under consideration by the governing body until the WEJP funding request complies with the requirements of our ordinance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has signed up to speak? Okay, I close our public hearing on the county manager's recommended budget. I now am opening a public hearing for the commissioners, in our commissioners' meeting room here, to receive public comments regarding economic incentives for Project Pioneer. The Board of Commissioners will consider an incentive grant of up to 30% of new real and personal property tax revenues payable over 10 years in exchange for the company's commitment to invest up to $756 million in capital improvements and create up to 9 jobs in Wayne County. So, good morning, Mr. Pope.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good to be here this morning. With really good news to share with you, and go over for this public hearing. So we do have a company that is looking to expand in Wayne County. As the chairman mentioned, it's $756 million in capital investment, real and personal property. It is 9 jobs, and 9 jobs mean a lot, especially when those average wages are $85,000 and above. So that means a lot for the community and for our part of the state. So the good part of that expansion, if it was still to take place in Wayne County. Just some of the other things that under evaluation for states in running for this project with North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. Very fortunate that Wayne County is being mentioned, is being brought up, and is in the running for this project. We will not know until later on this year, but we had to present the incentives to the company so they could actually put those in determination of the project where it will land. It is a little bit different. So you will still get a performance-based agreement for the incentives. And it's, the reason it's a little bit different is mandated by the State Department of Revenue of those investments reported to the county. So that's the reason we don't have wouldn't have right now a chart that had the numbers that we calculated what it would be, because we actually do not know that. And so that's where it's a little bit different than before, where we have agreed to put 30% of what is reported to Wayne County in revenues and is put on our books, that will be given back to them. So that's a little bit different than what we've done before. So Attorney Andrew and I have actually walked through this a lot. We've looked at it. Potential incentives, if it is and comes to be, from what they're reporting and telling us, could be $1.7 million a year in revenues to Wayne County. So just a kind of a thought to keep in the back of your mind, that's what it could potentially be. So we won't know that until we see it, but we will kind of word the agreement back to them in that manner, that the 30% of what is reported and put on the books with the county. It's always a year behind. I always like to caution you folks that with the county and these incentives, these are incentives that are generated by the company themselves, and it's also generated off of new incentives and revenues that come to the county. So it's a great project. If you look at $756 million, that's probably one of the largest economic development announcements that Wayne County has ever had. So a lot of good things. Open to questions as well as I can answer today, but we will come back to you when a decision is made by the company of the location. We will bring an agreement that's prepared by myself and the county attorney, to put before you at that time.
So for clarification, we are approving the incentive package today. What we could approve that.
You could.
But the announcement has not, and the decision has not been made.
The final decision has not been made. Yes, sir.
Okay. The project requires additional regulatory approval, so at this point, it's still confidential. So that's why this public hearing is for 30%, a 30% incentive for up to $750 million, $56 million, and up to 9 jobs. So right now, the company needed this commitment following a public hearing from you all in order to move forward with selection and then also that approval. The plan would be that if it is selected, then it would come back with the final numbers. We would schedule another public hearing with the final numbers and approve the final agreement at that time.
So Mark, when you say 9 jobs as a whole, that's not including the contracting jobs.
No, that's not construction and then those jobs that will come in. That's just the company jobs that will be created by them.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments?
What's the time frame of when they drop the hammer, construction time?
We hope that they will make the final announcement by the fall, and maybe September, October timeframe. Could be sooner, but that's what they're telling us.
Did they tell you about how long it would take to construct the project?
Construction could take 24, it's
36.
got a little bit longer
Yeah.
term on the construction period, so
Right.
it could be about 24 months.
Yeah. So
Depending
that's
on, a
even,
lot of things depend
I
on.
understand. That's even more economic, Gotcha.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
What is that 30%? What is that number looking like for us, for that they would be saving you?
So the 30% would be of the taxes that they pay on real and personal property. That would depend on the final appraisal of what the real and personal property was, along with the tax rate.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you right now, it just depends on what's actually in
Because it's
place.
up to and
It's up to,
everything else.
right.
It could be 200 million or whatever, we don't know yet.
We don't know, and we will have final numbers, and that's why my recommendation was to have another public hearing, so that you do have the final numbers, so you can make a judgment on accurate numbers. Because right now, this is just the specs of the project.
Exactly, okay.
This is just providing that commitment so that they can move forward with that regulatory approval.
And that tax, basically, so even with that, I just want to be clear, because that number seems grand, but in a different scale of things, it's really, so part of that investment is all of what are we counting in that capital, in that 756 million? What are we counting in that?
So that $756 million is personal and real property. So it'd be equipment and those things, but it's also buildings.
Okay,
whatever.
okay.
So
I just
that's-
wanted to make sure, because,
Yeah.
you know, somebody say seven, they be thinking building, and it's not that. When you come in with equipment and all that other stuff, which doesn't affect us anyway, or they're not buying from us or buying from here, it's not the same. So I just wanted to make sure of that. Okay,
Given the scope of the project, probably the majority of that would be equipment.
yes.
Based off our
I figured,
understanding.
okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And has anyone signed up for public hearing? Okay, no one signed up for this public hearing, so I close the public hearing, and the board may take action.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the economic incentive package for Project Pioneer with up to 30% of real and personal property tax revenue payable over 10 years, with the company's investment up to $756 million with up to 9 jobs in Wayne County.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please vote. Okay, that passed 6-1. All right, we've completed all of our public hearings for the day. And the last item we have on the business is new business. We'll ask our county manager to make his presentation. But before you do that, I want to acknowledge the fact of the roof noise that we hear. Wayne County is, after 36 years, having a new roof put on this building so that you may hear those noises, and we apologize for the inconvenience. But we look forward to a new roof to stop the leaks.
All right, thank you, sir. There's been a lot of rhetoric and a lot of conversations about mandated services, not mandated services, or hybrid services. Those are services that are partially mandated, but you have some discretion as to how they're administered. And this, what I prepared is a document to go over those items as how they reflect to our local budget and the impact to local tax dollars, not impact to state dollars or reimbursements or grants, but impacts directly affecting us either through property taxes or sales tax use. And so the purpose of this report is distinguish between the services that Wayne County is legally required to provide under North Carolina law, services that are partially mandated but allow local discretion in funding levels, and services that are authorized by law but are not required. The report also identifies the current annual local funding impact associated with these functions. So the first things I'll talk about are mandated functions. Required by North Carolina general statutes and North Carolina Constitution. You don't have any say-so in how these programs are administered. They're completely controlled by general statutes. They must be provided by Wayne County. The Board of Commissioners may determine the funding levels necessary to meet the statutory requirements, but the county cannot eliminate these functions. Sheriff, jail operations, court security, and detention services. Covered the statutory authorities, the NC Constitution, Article 7, Chapter 162, General Statute 162-22, 162-24, has a local impact to your property taxes of $25 million. That's a mandated function. Court facilities, courtrooms, holding areas, courthouse maintenance, and security. General Statute 153A, 149, has an annual impact on property taxes of $641,000. Elections Administration, Chapter 163, 153A-149, $992,000 of local impact. You have no choice over. Property tax revaluation, Chapter 105 of the Machinery Act, $109,000 a year. Department of Social Services, including Medicaid Administration, Child Protective Services, Adult Protective Services, and Foster Care, Chapters 108A and 7B, General Statute 153A-255, has an annual $9.1 million impact locally. Public Health Department, including communicable disease control and environmental health functions, Chapter 130A, $4.2 million impact to your local tax dollar. That's aside from any grant funding, that's aside from any reimbursements from the state, that's impact to your local dollar. School capital facilities, Chapter 115C, $2.5 million a year impact. County debt service, General Statute 153A-149, $7.8 million. School debt service, 153A-149, $4.2 million. County Governing Board, Chapter 153, Article 2, $479,000 local impact. County Administration, Finance, Budget, Tax Collection Functions, covered under General Statutes 153A-81, 159-25, 153A-149. They're included in your administrative services. The total identified annual cost of the major mandated functions are approximately $82.9 million annually. That includes retirement obligations, healthcare costs, and certain administrative support functions. That's every year to your local sales tax or property tax dollar. Hybrid functions. These are functions that contain mandatory elements, but counties have discretion in regarding the staffing levels, the service enhancements, and the program scope. Emergency medical services, emergency response obligations and local service responsibilities, an annual $8.5 million impact. 911 telecommunications supports mandated public safety functions, $3.2 million impact. Emergency management, state emergency management requirements, a $1.5 million impact. Your medical examiner support functions, state medical examiner system with local responsibilities, $187,500. Animal control and shelter operations, rabies control and public health responsibilities under state law, $1.6 million local impact. Law enforcement separation allowance, which is a state required retirement benefit for eligible law enforcement officers, $215,000 annually. Your community college support, which is a local support requirements under North Carolina Community College System, $6.7 million annually. Cooperative extension, your state, federal, state, and local programs, $1.4 million. Soil and water conservation, state authorized conservation districts requiring local support, $431,000. Veteran services, a state supported local assistance program, $423,000 this year. Your total hybrid function costs approximately $23.2 million this year, which is an impact to your local sales tax or property tax. So we move on to unfunded or mandates that were, or functions that are not mandated. The Board of Commissioners has discretion regarding the continuation, the expansion, reduction, or elimination of these services. Your library system, $3.6 million. Services on aging, a $1.3 million impact. Economic development, $662,000. Planning, $685,000. GIS, $62,000. the Maxwell Center at 1.9 million, community development and outside agencies, $593,625, and your gateway transportation at about $149,000 a year, which means you have not mandated services approximately 8.95 million out of your $290 million budget that you have total control over. There are a few functions that are self-supporting or generate sufficient revenue to operate on their own. I will state these. The following functions are not generally dependent upon local tax support. Based on our current operations, they are solid waste department, your inspections office, your register of deeds, your sewer operations, your 4-H programs, and Wayne Executive Jetport. Key takeaways for this board, for anybody listening, the North Carolina law requires Wayne County to provide core governmental functions, including law enforcement and jail operations, court facilities, elections, register of deeds, property tax administration, social services, public health, public school funding, debt service, and basic county administration. These mandated functions account for the overwhelming majority of county expenditures and cannot be eliminated by local policy decisions. The board has greater discretion over hybrid functions and full discretion over optional functions, which currently represent approximately $9 million annually in county expenditures. And that concludes my report on mandated and unmandated and hybrid functions. Any questions at all?
So we got total control of 3.1% of our budget.
You figured that out, huh?
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Yes, can I get a copy of that?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I've got a copy for each of you. If you will hand it, I should have handed that out first.
Great.
But this was, I was asked to prepare it. It's been a lot of questions from the public and different people to me about mandated and unmandated functions and what do you actually have control of, what can you cut, how can you cut spending, and I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on what is mandated of you as a board to make those tough decisions and what we are, hired to carry out those functions that the state of North Carolina has told us to do so.
On this, I know at one time, the state used to provide some of this coverage, right, on some of these mandated coverages.
They do provide on some of those, so the dollar amounts that I spoke were local impact. The state does cover some funding in some of these departments, that's not in those dollar amounts. So you have partial funding, which we call underfunded mandates. Then you have some mandates that are simply not funded at all. We did not identify that or break that out, but of course, like your health department, gets a lot of grant funding and receives money from other. DSS receives state reimbursements, which the state of North Carolina has found to cut or pass on some cuts from the federal government in that area to us, which is another unfunded mandate. So we consider those underfunded, not fully funded. We didn't really look at that. This was more about what impact to your total budget is your share of the impact from unfunded and underfunded mandates. And that's a pretty
I want you to
substantial.
look at public health. You said 4.2 million.
Correct.
If I'm correct. And also the state also provides money for the public health. And that is, to operate a public health facility like we do, that is just astronomical cost and everything to provide this service. Also, provide elections for us, $949,000. Do they get any kind of state funding for that, or just
I'm sure they do receive
$949,000?
funding additional to what we pay. I'm not so sure of the exact dollar amounts. We can provide that.
No, that's fine.
But, yes, there are, a lot of these departments receive some funding, they just do not receive enough funding.
some things, one thing that's not on here is day reporting, which is a law function. At one time, I'll give you an example, that was completely 100% funded by the state through a grant program. And they slowly, it operated for about 4 years, and then the funding was retracted on a percentage basis over years, and now you hold the entire cost of operating it if you wish to continue it. It would be a hybrid function. It's kind of an expected service that you took the grant to continue it, but you kind of dictate, you see that there's a good outcome of the program, so you've chose to invest in it in the past years because of, of the benefit that it provides keeping people out of our jail. That's a choice, you as the commissioners, that would be a hybrid function. That's not listed on here, but.
Okay, any other
Yes,
questions or
I have
comments?
one.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Under
Clark.
functions that are self-supporting or generate sufficient revenue, can we get those numbers on each one of those? So say for the register of deeds, what they actually
Yes,
bring
sir.
in
We'll have to
versus
provide it.
what
I'll
we
provide
actually
it.
have to put in to keep them operating. Same thing with sewer for a
Yes, sir.
Solid waste.
Some of them are
especially.
just break even, but they do,
Yeah, I would just like
Yeah.
to see those numbers. If you can have them for us for our next meeting. I'd like to see them.
We can, no problem. We'll have it before then.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Good report.
So how do we get this out in the public?
I would ask the same thing, because I've asked the county manager to spend countless hours to develop this, and he has done a terrific job of compiling all this information.
Yes, and this is kind of the Cliff Notes version. It's a shorter version. Full version is 28 pages.
28 pages.
That's the reason I asked, how do you get it out? Because that's too much to put on social media.
Correct.
Well, we're gonna ask Joel to compile this in such a way that we can get it on our website and also, relay it onto the press. Because I think the public needs to recognize that really, we sit here on this board and we really don't have control over the entire budget. In the standpoint that federal and state mandates that we provide certain services and the cost accordingly. And I'll just give you one example, just one example. We'll talk about the courthouse. The court facilities are provided by the citizens of Wayne County. We pay for the operation, the heating and the air, the maintenance, clean, all the staffing is provided by the state. But the state of North Carolina provides you, the taxpayers, $140,000 for you to operate this courthouse for court facilities. Now, listen, there's no way that you can provide that service for $140,000 annually. Dare say, the utilities come close to that. So I'm just saying, you as taxpayers have to subsidize that and pay the difference. We will take probation and parole. Yes, that is funded by the state for those salaries, but we, the citizens of Wayne County, provides all of the facilities for all of that function. That comprises now 2 buildings, is that correct?
Well, 3 now.
3 buildings now, to where we are providing all of the facilities, all the electricity, all of the water, all of the maintenance, all of the staffing, the cleaning, and so forth. So these expenses amount to a great deal. It's just, I think the average citizens, we need to get this information out so they understand where their tax dollars are going.
On the property owners.
The property owners, correct. Okay, any other comments? Again, thank you so much for the presentation.
No problem.
Did say the county courthouse drive.
I think we need to go back and do closed session.
Yes, sir, I didn't know.
Okay, excuse me. Let's go ahead with the county manager's report.
The only thing I'll add is I'd like to congratulate the Rosewood varsity baseball team for its 2A state championship that it won against a very tough Cherryville team.
recruited Cherryville team.
Yeah, I mean, that's baseball country over there in Cherryville, so that's come from behind victory, and congratulations to them. That's all my comments.
And just a footnote to that, we are hoping to invite them here at our next meeting to honor them, because that is a major, major accomplishment here for Rosewood and Wayne County. Board of Commissioners reports. Mr. Williams.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to remind everybody it's National Caribbean American Month, so make sure you enjoy it. Get you some good food, some oxtail, some curry goat. My nephew, I'm proud of him, Christopher Heath. He's going to be graduating from Goldsboro High School, the fourth this week. So I'm very proud of him. Proud of all the graduates at Goldsboro High, and that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner DeMarco.
Well, not only do we have the Rosewood baseball team as state champions, we also have the Wayne Country Day High School boys golf team. They won the state 2A state championship in golf in Greensboro about 3 weeks ago. So hopefully we can get both those teams in here at our next meeting and congratulate them.
Great.
That's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Aycock.
Well, we can't say enough about the Rosewood baseball team because I love baseball. I have experienced this years ago with my son when his team at ACOP, they won the state championship, and we went to Pensacola, Florida, and had our baseball tryout there, to try to win. But there's a lot of talent out there when you win the state and then compete against the United States teams. But it's real exciting, and it just says a lot about our youth. Boy, just proud of our youth, and accomplishments that we have here in Wayne County. Can't say enough about some of the things that's going on with our youth. And so congratulations, Rosewood. Good deal.
Great. Mr. Foster.
No comment.
Mr. Harrell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a couple reports. One, just want to report on our wages board meeting. So, of course, I attend the wages board meeting. We had a good meeting the month of May. You may or may not be aware, but May is Older Citizens or Americans Month, and some of the programs that we discussed at Wages, this board supports, and it's seen in our budget as well. One of those programs is the Wages Senior Nutrition Program. That's a very interesting program, and a program for our citizens. It's amazing how many older adults we have that are shut in and can't get out. And these programs not only provide nutritional assistance, but they provide a wellness check for those individuals when someone comes to provide that meal for them. We discussed a senior companion program, so there are seniors that volunteer to actually be a companion to those seniors that can't get out and actually help them get to appointments and things like that, as well as the foster grandparent program. So those are three programs that our tax dollars support with Wages, so thank you for that. Also, just wanted to give a brief update on our Facilities Committee meeting. Our committee met May 19th, and 3 items were approved today that the committee recommended on the consent agenda: the court space for probation and parole for courthouse, the JCPC space at School Street, and the Wayne County Business Campus signage as far as moving forward, looking for prices for that. We also discussed the playground equipment at School Street and got some direction from our committee on that. And with our attorney, I did have an opportunity to speak with our superintendent of public schools because of how that deed is somewhat tied up right now as that's being cleared up. And they indicated they would have no issues with that equipment being surplus. We also talked about parking lot improvements at the detention center, and I think Mr. Lee was going to get us some prices on that. We looked at potential surplusing furniture in the Borden building. We also had some old business items that we discussed. We got an update on the Jeffries Building windows, some property update there. We had an update on our courthouse roof and potential renovation that you can hear going on today. We tabled a discussion on the Chestnut Street Jail till after our budget discussions there. We also talked about fees for architectural fees for our Corporate Drive property at 800 Corporate Drive, as well as update on the signage for the Carrier Winders facility, updates there. So I wanted to give that report to our committee. And The only other thing I would like to mention, everyone had already mentioned, of course, the baseball team there. I want to mention a sad note to our community. For those of you that know Coach Lane, Coach Charles Lane. Coach Lane was a big fixture in our Goldsboro community. We coached Norvell Lee years ago at Goldsboro High School, coached football. I had the privilege of being ejected from a youth sports football game by Coach Lane when he was an official, and he and I became very good friends. I considered him a personal friend, rode with him to many high school athletic association meetings. He was very prominent in officiating in the circles here in Wayne County, officiated baseball, softball, football, and was just an overall very good person that had a love for our community and our young people as well. So he will be missed. So my thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Gurley.
Of all people, I never thought I'd see you get ejected. I mean,
What can I
get
say?
away. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This past week, or last week, I had the pleasure of passing the gavel of the Goldsboro NPO TAC over to Mayor Gaylor. So he will be in charge of that organization for the next year. I did not make the Highway 70, I-42 corridor. I was trying to catch up from the rain at work, but they are in the process of honoring Jack Best in his efforts to see I-42 corridor come to fruition. So that will be something in the coming months that we will honor him with some efforts on the highway. Also, I tried to speak with Scott Adams. His son was on the baseball team at Rosewood, but he was a horse that from yelling at the 3 days of ball, I couldn't hardly understand it. But anyway, he is a very proud Rosewood graduate and father. In fact, they had several of the parents that played on the Rosewood baseball team back in the day on a championship run and fell short. And their sons were on the championship team. So congratulations to them as everybody else has echoed. And I was telling Joe DeMarco earlier, I remember boys that play on that won the golf 2A championship. I remember when they were about 3.5, 4 foot tall, and now they're taller than I am, and very good golfers. I know each one of those, all 4 of them. So congratulations to them as well. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I do not have any comments today. We're going to go into work session later today and kind of pound out our budget to make some possibly changes or modifications, or leave it the same. But we'll be working through that. So with that, we'll go into closed session if I have a motion.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to go into closed session. If you please vote.
And that would be to establish or to instruct the public body staff regarding the acquisition of property within the county, to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries within the county, for the protection of confidential competitive health care information under General Statute 131E-97.3, and to consult with your attorney to retain attorney-client privilege.
Okay. And we are retiring to the closed session.
You know, we didn't do that, did we?
We didn't do that.
This
We
morning.
did.
I didn't get it.
Well, it was better.
We're back from closed session, and I'm going to recess for lunch, and we'll be back about 12:30. We're back from recess. We're gonna begin our work session on the 2026-27 Wayne County budget. And if I can start by saying that, what I would suggest that we handle this by, first of all, everybody has their budget books in front of them. But before we begin, I think it might streamline this just a bit if any commissioner has any specific topic, any specific agency or department that we want to focus in on any specific item. I think that would be the first thing I would ask. And that is, we'll go from right on down the line, starting with Commissioner Williams. Do you have anything specifically in the budget that you want to discuss?
No.
I don't.
Barbara?
I just like to look at the library.
All right, so we'll definitely look at the library. Commissioner Foster? Anything specific?
No.
Okay. And Commissioner Harold?
School funding.
School funding, okay. And Commissioner Gurley?
Increasing the fees on certain areas.
Well, you jumped the gun on me, that was one of the things. Let me say that this,
We're on one accord on fees, just remember that.
going forward, I think from this budget, commissioners are going to be in a much more restrictive position in regards to taxes and revenues. Now, we don't know what those restrictions are, but that will be later determined. But with that in mind, I think we need to be thinking outside the box from the standpoint of trying to increase our fees to make our departments as close to self-sufficient as possible. So I was looking at environmental health. Environmental health costs our budget right at $1 million. $1 million to operate environmental health. And from that, we generate fees that are about $400,000. So that means that the county taxpayer has to supplement that department by $600,000. We need to try to narrow that gap. Not only I'm not picking on environmental health, I'm just saying in each department. We need to try to increase our fees to make them more self-sufficient. Not in this budget, but going forward. Now, I think there have been some adjustment of fees in this presentation, Mr. County Manager.
Yes, sir.
So we have addressed some of those. But I think we're going to have to be taking a much closer look at all fees
Right.
going forward. And that's just going to be the cards that we're dealt as a board. So with that in mind, let's begin this process by going tab by tab, if you don't mind. Our first discussions is going to be on the fees. So what's your comments on fees,
All right.
Commissioner Gurley?
So, what is the, what's the current fee for the farmer's market per day?
It's $100 per year, $70 participating in 2 or more holiday events, and $10 a day booth rental.
So that's going up from last year, then, correct?
Yes. It's
Okay.
marked in red in your,
I'm trying to get back.
That
Or
should
new
be,
or changed.
by the way, it should be under your budget ordinance.
Yeah,
You'll
it's
see
page-
the list of
page
fees.
8. There we go.
Do what now?
Page 8.
Page 8? Where do you see page 8 here? I said page 1 is what I see. County fee schedule.
Keep going until you see 8.
Do you
Number
see
8's
8?
down at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, in regards to farmer's market. Okay, I see it.
Well,
Go ahead.
I still ain't got it.
Under your tab, budget
ordinance. I got budget ordinance.
then.
Oh, there you go. Right. Never mind.
Page eight, page
I got
eight.
it. Thank you.
All right, is everybody there? So under budget ordinance, if you'll flip all the way back to the fee schedule, to page 8 on the fee schedule. So there was discussions here in regards to farmers market vendor fees, correct?
In red, you'll see the changes. A farmer's market vendor participating in 2 or more holiday events, the rate is $70. And the farmer's market booth rental is $10 per day.
Okay. Any other questions in regards specifically on fees?
So you said something about environmental health, he's got some stuff.
Well, environmental health, actually is back, oh, I'm sorry, maybe it would be here.
Next page.
Next page. Actually, in looking at that, that has been increased. If you'll see it in red, that means there's a change for this year's budget, correct?
Yes, sir. Site evaluations, IPs, ATCs, and operation plans, expansion plan of an existing tank, a relocation authorization was raised, and then the pool plan review has gone up, and the migrant labor camp inspection has gone up to $75.
Well, and as I recall, when I was on the Board of Health, actually, the Board of Health has to generally makes those recommendations, is that correct?
Correct.
Again, like it or not, we are going to have to raise those fees to help offset the cost of operations. This year, we did have 3 of those items that were increased.
I believe they went, site evaluations and expansions went up quite a bit. I'm not, do you remember? Those previous?
They were at 350.
350 to 425.
Okay? Any other question on any of those fees?
Yeah, over to the T hangers.
Okay?
Let's look at the, those have not been, upgraded.
They were not.
The ones in red are increased.
That's corporate hangers.
And also, yes, and also on the next page, all the new, fees for the new hangers,
Huh?
for the new hangers.
I thought that it says T hangers.
Well, it is have T hangers. These were the, old T hangers, row A, B, C, D, E, T hangers, and what those charges are.
So why is there different costs for those?
Because it's brand new, we had, so.
But you got 370 and 350, 355.
That's correct. Well, they're brand new, so.
But what I'm saying is, why is there different costs for those 370, 350, 355?
Well, they're different sizes and they have different amenities, I think, there, as I recall. There was some particular reason why they established those.
So, do we need to address it? I mean, I think they need to be higher than that. I mean, they're being a brand new. Personally.
Again, they have determined these based upon the other T hangers in the area.
I thought there was no T hangers available.
There are, there aren't, but those that are currently rented are rented at generally those pricing.
Is this a month or a year?
It's
Month.
Month.
I mean, I would think it would need to be between $500 and $600 range myself.
Well,
What's the, who come up with these figures is what I'm asking?
they did a competitive analysis and came up with those.
I would put it.
I'm with Chris on that one, like, who did? Because if we had Mr. Martin come earlier and speak on the whole process of the Jetport and saying certain things that weren't done a certain way, whether they were or not, I don't know, I haven't looked into it. So who actually came up with these and who approved them to bring them to us.
These were the staff generated these recommendations based upon what other similar facilities are being rented for. And they made that recommendation to county manager and the budget team.
So do any of the other facilities have new hangars? Because are they basing them off their old? Because if they're basing them off our old, then our old should be way higher than what they are.
I was not part of that process, so I'm not sure I can answer that.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying, I mean, if they're basing it off old hangars, then our old hangars should be more. And our new hangars should be more than what this is.
I do know that based upon the revenues that are projected here, this is the first year, and they have raised rent hangars in the past. Last year, they did raise those T-hanger rental rates. This year is the first year that no county tax dollars are going to be expended to support the operations at the jetport. This is the first year in history. And that has been a 6-year process to get the jetport to where they are at a break even. Now, it'd be nice if they were above that, but they are in fact at a break even.
So
And
you
I'm proud of that accomplishment.
This past year or the year coming up is supposed to be?
This upcoming year, this budget.
Oh, well, I mean, but that's to be determined because now, then you still got a whole lot of other fees that are added on throughout the year. So to look at it from that standpoint, that's great to say that. But once those fees are added up over the year, budget amendments, everything else, which is what happens a lot of times, we come out a lot shorter. We end up owing, well, the jetport ends up going in the red every year. So just to say that now isn't really saying anything.
So let me back up one to where it says Old Wolf. Which one of those hangars have we rented to? We rented one of them to the college, didn't we? Beside the hangar that they have or not?
One of those are rented to the college, and they are negotiating and renting one of the other hangars to the college, the old Wolf
I
hangar.
think it was the Wolf Hanger.
So that's the one.
They're talking about it, but.
Oh, we had done, okay.
No, they haven't quite done that yet.
That's the one that we bought, correct?
That's correct.
So number 5, is that a corporate hangar?
I have no idea what
It's got
number
it
5 is.
$325, and you got one and one, it's $650 and $400.
I don't know which one number 5 is.
We got two number 5s.
I think is that not the paint hanger?
It says corporate hangar.
Do what now?
Page 11.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea. But it's got number 5 twice on there. Number 5 at 325 and then number 5 at 1300. Do not know which ones those are.
Yeah, I think we need to,
If you would like to establish a rate higher than what they have cited here, you maintain the power and authority as a board.
so we've not rented anything yet, right?
Well, it's
Not to
all
my
rented,
knowledge, I
but
don't know.
The new hangars are rented?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I don't keep up with that.
right, okay.
From my understanding is the way can't do contracts.
that's correct. That's correct.
So what about WCDA? I mean, what have they discussed on rates? Anything?
I have no idea. I've not heard them discussing.
We can roll on, we'll just come up about it that one.
One last question. What was the previous rate for number 3, 4, and 5 in Old Wolf under corporate hangar rental fees?
3 was 900, 4 was 1750.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. 3 was what?
3 was 900. 4 was 1750. The first number 5 was 325, which that stayed the same, and the second number 5 was actually 1400.
I was saying those are drops.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't,
until their new contract. I asked him why he gave me those rates last year, and he said he possibly made a mistake.
But why would they drop?
I think she's saying that the rate that was given last year was incorrect.
Was inaccurate.
Who gives,
And he's correcting it this year.
He's correcting it this year.
That's what I'm understanding.
who is,
And then he also said when he goes to negotiate the contract, that's where
negotiate, so who's got the power to negotiate a set fee?
Who?
So he's got to.
Well, he can't negotiate beyond what the fees are established in the budget.
Sounds like he did. Okay, yeah, we need to discuss that. I mean, we don't have the opportunity to negotiate the fees in environmental health, do we?
No, sir, but they had negotiated contracts with, UNC Health out there before. I don't know the extent of any negotiations. I thought they were all set fees with the exception of the UNC facility.
So how about the, I'm looking through here. Where's the housing facilities on here?
I think that's all within the $5,000 UNC lease.
There's two of them there, right?
Yeah, I think that's all. It used to be 3,500, and it was negotiated up with the second aircraft and the second trailer.
I thought that was one in general, and then you guys had another one prior to. I thought there was two contracts with UNC.
No.
But you got two different
No, it's
trailers.
just one contract. The other contract had expired.
So we got two.
There's two helicopters and two offices.
So a
They
hangar.
added a second office and renegotiated the contract for $5,000.
So is the 5,000 all inclusive?
Yes.
So the 5,000 includes the hangar and the two mobile alternate residences?
Correct.
So where's hangar one at? Do we know? There's two number ones. Well, actually, it's three number ones, which I will
I think
think
it's
that
the
would be.
older corporate hangar
On the left.
on the south end.
Okay. So.
Be like, yeah, I think that's what they say corporate one is.
So there's three planes in there basically is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Three aircraft, not planes, but.
Okay, that makes sense. So that's why on number 5, there are two
I think
separate because
the
there's
price
two
differences
aircraft.
are probably based upon the size of the aircraft
Right.
that's inside the building.
Right.
I think one of them's a jet
Okay.
and two smaller flight propeller driven aircraft.
You know,
Be my guess. Of course, we can get Gene to come up here and answer these questions himself.
Okay, any other discussion on fees?
hang on, I'm looking at one more thing.
If you wanna make changes, we need to denote these changes as we go.
Yeah, well, I would think we need to look at the changing on the hangar, especially the new one, personally. That's Chris's
So, which one
opinion.
we go to?
I'd say between $500 and $600 because it's costing $1 million. We're trying to recoup our money or somebody's money.
Well, do recognize that if you doubling the price of these, and people can get hangars elsewhere, you're not only gonna lose the aircraft, the revenue coming in from the taxes on the aircraft, but the fuel cells, I mean, in other words, you gotta be competitive. And if Rocky Mount and, Smithfield and, Mount Olive, if these other airports are renting them for similar amounts, then undoubtedly, you're gonna lose business.
Probably should
I
talk to
mean,
Gene
there-
before we
there's a-
start changing stuff.
Do what now?
We probably should talk to Gene before we start changing stuff.
Well, I'm just
I
saying.
think these are the airport's recommendations here, so that's what he's gonna tell you. Personally,
I mean, you can put it at $2,000 in there, but you're not gonna get it.
But what I'm getting at is I'm looking at row hangar E row is $350, and a brand new one is $350. I mean, you got fold-up doors versus roll-out doors. I'm just asking
agree.
questions. I'm just trying to recoup the money that we got. while
I
having this.
I do understand that.
One thing is, if you're saying there's none around, then you have no other choice. So either there are none around or there are some available other places, is the question. Because you got one of the two. You can't beat both. Because either I'm gonna rent from here because I don't have any, there are none available, or I'm gonna go to Smithfield, Rocky Mount, Wilson, wherever. Because it's been two different things
I'm not a
said.
pilot, so I don't know.
Yeah, so,
But I do think those sound cheap. I mean, you can't rent a mini storage for that.
And it
size.
is for aircraft, taxable
Only.
aircraft, correct?
It has to be.
Every hangar out there has got to have aircraft in it, not furniture, not whatever,
Has
not
to have
cars.
aircraft.
Okay. I don't know, I would think that somebody needs to get with the airport authority and or we just say it's
I
gonna
mean,
be
they
X.
already recommended these, so. if
What do you
want-
think, what do you think they need to do?
I think they need to be $450. That's still cheaper than a mini storage of the same size. Show me a mini storage that you can rent that big. These are some expensive aircraft going in these buildings. I don't think that price is exorbitant for electricity and building space
Let me do some.
and
quick-
water.
So that's everything, that's electricity, water, they got a
I'm sure there's a water spigot somewhere out there to wash their planes. I don't think they pay extra for that. Don't let me get you in this your budget. I'm just saying that seems, if you would like to bring Gene, now is the time.
I mean, let's take 15 years, $450 to pay that back, to pay $1 million back.
Yeah.
Which I don't know where the $1 million came from. It came out of thin air too. I've been asking questions about that. So by the time that 15 years is over with, you're talking about having a lot of repairs and everything else within that time.
Maybe we need to ask Gene to come and explain to us how they derive the rates.
He needs to come on then, I reckon. So we're gonna put a question.
Can you
on
put
the
a call into Gene, see whether or not we can get him here to answer these questions?
I appreciate it. All right, we'll wait for his arrival and we'll ask him all those questions.
Okay. Any other fee schedules?
I think the farmer's market was low, but I think it's up to, seeing how it rolls before. They seem to have it full each Saturday. And he needs to be able to answer this stuff about the UNC thing too. Cause I got some questions about, I thought it was $5,000 for the hangar rent and the new facility. I didn't
It
realize
was
it was.
5,000 for the hangar and 2 buildings.
I was under the impression it was one building, but I mean, that's,
Never been.
okay. Need to pay attention.
He can answer when he comes.
Oh,
That's their domain.
all right, got it.
Can I-
Organizational chart.
Can I go back to page 6? What is Group S storage facilities? Where you got 0 to 2,500 square feet, $65. What is that?
That's a fire inspection, I believe, isn't it, something?
Where you see that at?
It is inspection fees.
That's inspection fees?
Six.
Okay, there's a carryover from the preceding page.
Yeah, those are fire inspections.
So those are inspections. Okay, all right, good enough.
How about on the, animal control, we good on everything?
They didn't change anything. All you have there is adoption fees and promotional adoption fees.
How about the,
Plan and change some of their zoning.
Right.
Anything you see in red is a change.
I will say this, and I lost my note, and I don't know where it went to, but at any rate, I was doing some research in regards to our fees for subdivisions. And for some reason, I pulled up Johnson counties. And Johnson County, as I remember, best of my recollection, it's 8 lots or more, and it was $1,250 for that plot. And I remember there was an additional $250 fee for the final. So they were charging for 8 lots.
$1,450.
It was, yeah, it was
It was
$1,500.
Yeah.
But we are charging, like $75 a lot on 1 or 2, so on 10 lots, it's $200,
Plus $30.
plus $30 per lot. Well, if it's 10 lots at $30, that's $300, is $500 is what we're charging for a subdivision. So I think we need to examine what our charges are on lot fees and subdivision approvals.
We need to do it now if we're gonna approve, if we're looking at approving a budget.
I do understand that, but I'm not gonna put us in a position at this point. I would ask that we review that for our next budget cycle.
It was reviewed this time.
Do what now?
It was reviewed this time against other counties besides just Johnston, which Johnston has been notoriously high.
Well, maybe we need to up it a little bit.
Well,
I mean, it did a little bit.
Well, we might eat up a little bit more. I mean, if we're truly trying to preserve farmland.
well, not only that, but I mean, we recognize that as these subdivisions grow, our costs grow dramatically as well, so.
True.
You're talking about, like we talked about before, $1.40
Yep.
versus every dollar we bring in.
So I'd like us to review that for the next year and be on a little bit more of the high side. Anything else on fees?
Yes, when it comes to the pyrotechnic, special effects fees, I've noticed that we charge $85. The average cost in other areas is between $100 and $350. So it'd be, nice if we consider raising those fees.
We want to do it on this cycle or wait and review that for the next budget cycle?
We can have all of them revisit those fee schedules and adjust our revenues accordingly, and then we can adjust our revenue. Correct?
Yes, we can.
So we can do that mid-year. We don't have.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so all revenues, if we find that we are low in anything, we could
Budget amendment,
vote an amendment and increase those fees.
increase revenue.
So if we can study that and study these other fees in this
And you
budget,
can do that with the airplane hangars too, if you want.
yeah, we'll do that on all 3 of those and make some recommendation back to us so that we can adjust accordingly.
Yeah, but he can't rent anything prior to what
Agreed.
So,
If he rents it,
yeah,
at these fees, then we couldn't adjust it because they'd already signed the lease. So
Exactly. So we need
we
to
would
fix
need
that
to
prior to
make
it.
some agreement on those
Yeah.
before he executes any lease.
So on the solar, it's got solar farm, but I guess we need to change that to solar facility
Where's that at?
on that same page, on page number 7. It's got solar farm, but solar facility fees. So do we need to, is that in line with everybody else around us?
And whatever it is, we need to increase that as well.
I wouldn't really worry about solar farms here.
What?
I wouldn't worry about solar farms here again unless you change the rules.
Well,
You
that's
haven't
true.
seen one since.
Well,
We have not, you're right.
Can we make sure that, just moving forward, none of the leases, no leases are done until after our budget?
What now?
No leases are done until after our budget?
Absolutely. No leases will be
Okay,
signed
because-
unless we come to an agreement in regards to what the lease amounts are.
Okay.
You talking about under Barry, the solar, I didn't see the solar.
it's under 7, it says solar farm, I said change it to solar facility, but I was just 300 plus $5 per acre.
Denote that typographical error. Have him reassess his solar fees
Yes.
as well.
Do we need to stop Gene from saying?
Yeah.
Do what now?
You can stop him. We'll give him a chance to fix it later.
Stop who from coming?
Gene,
But then you're not gonna do any, you're not
I
gonna.
understand they cannot sign any leases. Do what now?
We can address it with a budget amendment later.
But the problem is you can't sign a lease for, if you rent it at $350.
I don't think they're signing leases right now on it, are they?
Okay.
They're ready to sign leases.
It's
I can
got
tell
a
you,
certificate of occupancy.
Do what now?
It has a certificate.
No, they won't, but they're ready to negotiate leases, so we need to come to an understanding on the pricing.
Well, bring them on. Can't lease it till you occupy it.
I would, let me see whether or not we can resolve this in some way here.
Any other fees?
How can we phrase addressing the hangar rents in such a way that will allow us to move forward? If you're suggesting a $450, is that a minimum on a T hangar?
You got different, if you got different sizes,
You do.
they're gonna be prorated.
I don't know, I hadn't been in it.
I ain't
haven't
either.
seen it.
That's, I just noticed the difference in the,
Well, they are. They're different price based upon the size and,
I wouldn't think they're that.
If you start a baseline at 450, yeah.
you got a 350, 355, and 370.
Yeah.
Is that based on wing length or?
Couldn't tell you.
I don't.
I mean, it's like that,
It's
it's
a lot
like
easier
it's,
if it's straight across the board.
it's like it's like it's in succession, cause it's 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, and then, actually, that's not correct. It's 370, 350, and then then it goes 350, 350, 370. I don't see it, I don't understand that logic.
again, it's the size and then how they're formulated. They're not all equally sized.
I don't think
But
they
a
need to be.
$20 difference,
Do
I
I
mean,
know?
a $20 difference. I mean, if it's
It's
bigger.
not that big
20
a difference in size.
Yeah, yeah, okay, but still, I mean,
I'd say it need to be $500 across the board.
Alright, that's good.
475, 500, whatever, you know. I'm just trying to recoup our,
Y'all
I'm
let me know.
trying to recoup our money. Or whoever's money.
I'm telling you, you are in, I'll give you an example. Onslow, I saw today where Onslow is building 2 T hangars at Onslow Airport. I mean, they're building T hangars now. We have gotten the first one, but believe me, these other airports are building T hangars. And you are in a competitive environment now, and you don't want to overprice it.
I'm sure that Gene's done his looking.
He's
I'm
looking.
sure.
I just think, one, going back to my original thing, I don't know where the $1 million came from, but wherever it came from, that's gonna be further in the hole that you're gonna go with that. It's gonna take longer to get that money back to whoever paid for it, cause this board didn't approve it. Then you turn around and you got all the other stuff going on with the Jetport which is gonna end up coming up over the next year. That's gonna be even more money, so you continue to go in the red regardless, no matter what. So building T hangars, unless you got some other plan, it doesn't seem to be something that's gonna change the outlook on how much money we're bringing in or getting us out the red on the jet.
Could I ask this as a compromise? Could we agree to add a $50 increase to every one of those, monthly rentals? $50 increase across the board on all T hanger rentals.
I kind of would like to hear what Gene was going to say as to how they come up with the pricing.
Yeah, I want to see
Alright.
what's in each hangar too. I mean, like, which one the UNC hangars are in. I mean, as far as these things,
Let's not micromanage this now. I mean,
I'm just talking about trying to figure out what aircraft are, why have you got three number ones, and one's 650, one's 400, and I figured it's the size or the type of
It's the
aircraft.
amount of floor space that the planes take
it's,
up.
I think it's by square footage.
Okay.
I mean, I think the
Except for
problem,
the UNC hangar, which was a one fee, it was originally $3,000 with one home. It was renegotiated, we just looked at the contract with the second home added, and it was renegotiated at $5,000. Now, that one we're sure of, because I just saw it was on 2 eyes.
I think there's a problem with not micromanaging, because that's why we continue to go in the red out here. This is an enterprise that's at least supposed to at least break even. And we aren't even getting close to that on no year. And then we're claiming we're gonna do it in 2027. But I won't believe that until the actual numbers come in.
Do we want Gene to come or not?
He's coming.
He's coming?
He's
Okay.
coming.
Let's go to the next,
All right. We're moving on to, first tab is Board of Commissioners. Anybody got any questions on Board of Commissioners? Hearing none, I'm moving on. County Manager. Anybody got any questions or concerns on County Manager? Next tab is Public Affairs. Please stop me and pause me if I'm moving too fast. Then we get to Finance. In Finance, my comment on that is this: Finance Department has grown dramatically over the years I've been around. I just would like us to review that and make sure that every position is absolutely needed. That's all I'm asking. But I'm not only asking from your department, but across the board. And Mr. Manager, I'm not sure when we have ever actually gone through and reviewed our personnel, because our personnel over the years has grown. And we need to make sure that from time to time, we review it to make sure that each position is still demanded for operations. So we constantly need to review all of our personnel. Technology helps us somewhat to try to control our personnel growth, to try to minimize personnel. So I just want to make sure that we are cognizant of
We
that.
are constantly in that mode.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Our next item is Human Resources. Same thing there. You know, we converted our Human Resources department. We withdrew it basically from our DSS and Health Department and combined it over to Human Resources, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that department had to grow just by our consolidation. Again, a review.
But he cut out a position asked for on that one, didn't he?
We cut positions from finance that's been asked for. We've cut positions from.
I'm just
Through
that's
the
one.
years. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You can't afford it, but you also have
As your county grows.
mandated services that we have to supply
I mean, I would think you do that already. I mean, everybody asks for positions all year long.
all the time.
Yeah.
And we're constantly evaluating. I would love to be able to eliminate positions, but
Next item is tax. Any comments or questions on tax? And by the way, for everyone out there in the public, we've reviewed this over the last 2 weeks. We've had this to actually review, so it may seem like we're going very quickly here, but we had already actually done our homework and reviewed these different departments and their budgets. Next tab is tax mapping. Any questions or comments on those?
All their equipment, I mean, has it been upgraded lately, or is it for the
we
mapping?
stay current with all, that's under GIS.
Okay.
Tax mapping is specific to the parcel mapping that's done in the tax office. that keeps up with the property ownership. It's a requirement and a mandate. But Julio keeps that all current, yeah.
Enough said. Who-
Next tab is county attorney.
Question on that, on the salary, went up 119,000. Is that the legal aid cost in there, or is that an attorney?
We added a position.
Now, is it a legal aid or attorney?
It's a staff attorney for the county.
Now, I know we mentioned one time about legal aid, you know.
No, with legal aid's an outside agency. We provide
I'm
them
talking
all.
about, what is the person that don't have a law degree but works in the law office?
Paralegal.
Paralegal, yeah. Is it a paralegal?
No, that's within DSS. So there's no increase in the paralegal position on the county attorney side. There's
Okay.
2 positions in DSS for paralegals.
I knew we'd mentioned something, so I was just wondering, you know.
There's an
the
assistant and a
difference.
paralegal in DSS, and then the increase is the attorney.
So that is the one of the positions that we are filling.
Correct.
How many new positions?
I think there was 11 total.
Yeah, but the county attorney, and then there was some EMS workers.
Correct.
All right, next tab is court facilities. Any questions on that? Do note that our revenues are 140,000. Hey, I had that number right today. 140,000 in revenues, and immediately is spent out. Our next tab is Board of Elections. And they are only showing receipts of $100 this,
Because it's not a non-major election year. You don't have a lot of filing fees.
that's true, okay.
Did they get any state funding at all?
I didn't think they did.
It's
There
all
was some
us,
comments
right?
to that today, but they don't get any money from the state.
It is there, I think, that we had.
Yeah. Next tab is Register of Deeds. Hey, Register of Deeds actually brings in more money than we spend. So that's good. We need more departments like that.
Yeah.
Our next tab is Central Services. Explain to us a little bit about Central Services, what that encompasses.
Central Services is, basically, it's a central department. It does employ 2 part-time employees. One is our courier and one is an administrative assistant. This area also houses, the major expenditure items you'll see is our hospitalization for retirees. It also houses the general fund's property and liability insurance. It also helps with, or this is where your indirect costs that we charge the other departments, it's where it gets credited.
How many retirees do we have that are covered under hospitalization?
I'm on a rough estimate, I can get you an exact number.
Rough.
100.
100. Okay.
And that has continued.
Do we provide that to all retirees going forward?
No, sir, that ended in 2009,
In 2009, that ended,
so it has continued to decline.
but we still have 100 approximately that's on there.
I would rather confirm that. Bear with me one moment.
Well, I just see the line item here of 1.2 mil on our cost. But I'm good with the estimate. All right, any other questions on that? Next tab is Information Technology, IT. I was concerned about one item on this expense, and it's a huge item, like, equipment, R&M on equipment, over $1 million. Why did that take such a jump?
It's a store server that is out end of life. It was about 700,000 of it.
540, well, yes, 540,000.
But
That
that
was
would
the
be,
biggest piece of it.
that would show up in capital, like. in
It
capital
should have,
fund.
but it was not.
So,
It has to be replaced.
right,
But if it was under capital, it still would have the same effect on our budget.
It would have the same
but
effect.
we'd have been planned for it, though, so that's.
Where's
not-
that?
That would be on page
33.
26.
I got 33.
Oh, you got 33?
Well, depending on what number you
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got two different numbers.
I had actually cut it from my recommended budget.
Do I now?
I had
Go ahead,
actually
page
cut it
33,
from my
excuse me.
original
I had that
recommended
covered
budget
up.
when we were working on it. And
Yeah.
he came back and we had.
But was it in there last year?
No. Wasn't in the CIP, so
It was not in CIP last year.
Interesting.
but it protects us from,
So how often, how many more things have we got that's end of life that's not into, you know?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay.
All right.
I need to ask, so I won't be surprised.
Yes,
118 retirees.
thank you. Thank you, John Municipal. All right, next tab, fleet maintenance. Any questions on that? Next tab is facility services. I gotta ask, what's this, the $18,000 reimbursement that we're getting in revenue? That's the only revenue that I'm seeing here. So what is that?
That is utilities.
And we're getting reimbursed from?
That is a reimbursement from Town of Fremont for the Northern Library. They reimburse us for.
That was part of the deal that we made with them.
What about the revenue? What about,
Excuse me, Mount Olive.
and Mount Olive? Okay, so both of them,
Just
Just
Mount
Mount
Olive,
just Mount Olive.
because Town of Fremont pays the utilities for,
Right.
you know.
Okay, so they don't pay us, they just
Right.
pay for it.
Yep.
Okay. All right, good enough. Any more questions on that? Next tab is Sheriff's Department. That is one of our largest budget items, and I assume that's been thoroughly vetted in the budgeting process. Because that's a large budget item, over $14 million.
Yes, sir.
Any questions on it?
Oh, you had on 2027, you had 1,758,724, and I see you took it out. I mean, what was that for?
Where was this at?
On,
What page?
page 42, I guess the department submitted it and then you zeroed it out. What was that for?
Would you like me to explain this?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
When we worked through the salary study, we initially placed all of the salary study in the salary other column until we made a final recommendation to you. So there wasn't a lot of in and out in the salary line items, just to make things a little cleaner for us once the decision was made.
So that's part of that 3-year, so
Yes.
basically they're getting a third
A third every year.
every year, and then at the end of the 3 years, they will be at what they would have been today, but it's gonna be 3 years
It
from
will
now.
be adjusted based
Okay.
on, to
Good.
keep that in line.
Right, so
We
it's
don't
not a
want to
big,
be behind.
not a big jump in the next one,
Right.
right, okay.
But that has, what I'm getting at is, that has now since been moved up to the, prior line, the previous line, to salaries and wages.
So am I hearing that the 1.7 is that amount for each year?
Not that entire amount. No, not the entire amount was moved up.
Okay,
I can give you the amount that was.
No, that's fine.
That was a 3-year number.
that was the 3-year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
total.
Okay,
Just
that
for the
makes,
sheriff's office.
okay. I was hoping it wasn't every year. All right, any other questions on, Sheriff's Office? All right, the next one is Detention Center. Now, this one I have somewhat concern about. as we were going through the planning process for our new detention center, one of the items that we used to compute the cost benefit was a reduction in our jailers. The reduction in the number of jailers was supposed to be dramatically reduced to accommodate the cost of a new jail. But I don't see that reflected in the budget. I don't see that, the amount we spent in '25 is much different than what we spent in '27. There should have been a dramatic cost savings here to offset the cost of financing a new jail. So why would that not be? Have we cut positions or not?
I thought the sheriff came in and talked about this.
So did the sheriff,
Are you specifically talking about salaries and wages, or are you looking at operating?
I'm looking at salaries.
Okay.
Now, here's why I say that. If you recall, we had multiple floors, which required multiple jailers, and we were converting that over to basically, I believe, 4 stations. So it was supposed to have a big savings for us on personnel.
And he came
Am I the
back,
only one who remembers this?
No, yeah,
He
he
came
come
back.
back. She was fixing to say it.
All right, go ahead.
he came back and requested an increase in the allocation of positions because he did not feel like he could operate it with that low of a number.
He did.
I do remember him saying that and I think he said something about it till he got in and got acclimated to the
As
facility.
I recall that too. In other words, in the interim, but we're beyond the interim now. I mean, there are only so many positions you can have in these towers. And I just don't understand why we're not seeing as promised, a reduction in our personnel cost.
It's not all the towers,
Now-
you got the booking area, you got
I understand that, but we already had booking areas.
There's 1/3 of a salary study increase in theirs as well, so.
And then then you add in transportation back and forth. Somebody gotta do that all the time too, don't you?
court, yeah. But some of the stuff is telling, what do you call it?
Dispensers.
Personal appearance things, but still, if you gotta make it, they gotta bring it.
we can ask him to present himself. We can ask him to come and we can ask him directly.
So he was at 96. We approved him for 80 positions,
We're at 88.
and then we went back up to 87. So there's only been a decrease of 9 positions.
No, I don't want to call it either. I'm just,
He's got trouble filling, I don't know how many, do you know how many?
He does have
He's got quite a
vacancies.
number of vacancies.
Yeah.
he does have some vacancies.
Yes, sir.
He does quite a bit.
Because he's having to utilize some of his deputies
Yeah.
to cover.
That's
So a
where
lot of this is
overtime.
overtime as well.
There's another bump, a line for overtime.
Line item went up too because of.
There's another line for overtime right above it off
Yes.
this.
It's almost $1 million for detention center.
In the overtime, we have been increasing due to the salary study as well. So there's about a $40,000 increase in their request for overtime.
955.
But, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's very minimal.
No, I don't want to call the sheriff here. Any other questions on that? Day reporting is our next tab. Am I understanding that we, in day reporting, we do not charge for the, I assume, ankle bracelet or whatever? Is that correct? We do charge? We do not charge. Does anybody, other than myself, see a benefit for the inmate to actually participate in day reporting rather than being confined?
You get them out of jail.
There's a benefit to the county.
You what?
There's a huge benefit to the county.
Do you think a fee to the actual inmate for that privilege would hamper its use?
Have they got the means to pay for it?
That's
Well, if I want to stay out of jail, I mean, if I can pay for bond, I reckon I can pay for an ankle bracelet. I mean, you know.
I'm not sure of the history, but we used to make them, there was a $45 deposit, and then once they returned the monitor, we returned it to them. But I'm not sure why that ceased.
Now, let me hear that again.
We used to charge or hold on deposit $45 from the inmate.
Under a
And
canteen
then
fund?
once they, returned the monitor, we would return the $45.
Now we're not even doing that.
I'm not sure when and why that stopped, but we can find out from,
That
Ms. Heath.
might be technology. I mean, it might just,
Do we lose many of the monitors? Ankle
Not that I'm
No.
aware of.
No. Somebody might, we got one person might cut one, but not too many.
Yeah, I don't think they're.
But
Okay,
like you
the only
said-
question I have.
No, okay.
Any other comments or questions on day reporting?
I want to go back over what you said. I mean, overall, this is a legal question. Is it possible to put a fee in place? If someone, you know, in lieu of them being in jail, they're not a real risk to supply a bracelet at a fee?
I mean, generally speaking, it's a voluntary program, so I believe you could. I don't know what the logistics are about their agreement in order to go into the program. So there may be some fees now that I don't know about. I'd have to ask DRC about it. I'm not too familiar with it.
Yeah, I would hate for some small fee to force
Someone
people
right
into
back.
our jail.
Yeah, exactly. Now, then you got that added cost of housing someone.
A lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but sometimes for DRC, if we do have a serious medical issue with an inmate, we will try to get them on DRC as well. And they may just go straight to the hospital. In circumstances like that, you're not going to be able to collect any fees from them just because of their medical condition. But that's just one example.
Okay,
And
Thank you.
thank you. All right, next tab is school resource officer. I do want to point out that $1.6 million is coming from the general fund to subsidize this. We are reimbursed $709,000. The total cost is 2.3.
that doesn't count the vehicles and equipment, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah. So that's another, so it's gonna like $3 million any day of the week that we supply, that comes out of county taxpayers' funds to supply to
And-
school
and-
resource officers.
Agreed, and, you know, the way I look at it is that is additional,
Security.
expense for public schools, because it's for the benefit of public schools.
Do we get credit for that when
We
it goes?
do not. I answered that
So that
quickly, didn't I?
26 goes now at 29? We're at 29 million-ish into the county school system
It doesn't get
plus.
You don't
No.
get credit for it because it's,
acknowledgement, maybe.
yeah, acknowledgement, but not because of it's paid to the sheriff's department and those
So
salaries.
if we gave it to the schools and had the schools pay the sheriff's department, then we
Probably
could
would get credit for it through whatever formula the state uses to show funding.
But that ain't nothing but a paper trail on that.
Well, I agreed, but we're constantly being hit by the fact that we're underfunding, but you gotta add all of those little side things into it as well. I'm wondering whether or not other counties are doing it that way, for accounting purposes.
I have no idea.
Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
Ms. Angie, you might be able to help me on this one. For the SRO funding, the salary and wages went down by around $400,000.
So that is a result of last year's, there was an agreement made during budget last year to put aside $500,000 to increase the SROs. That money was budgeted in this line item in error, and it was pulled from a contingency line, so it's due to an error in last year's budget. An over budget error.
So the 2027 number is correct?
Yes, sir, I did verify that, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions on that? Next tab is 911 telecom, unrestricted.
This ain't got nothing to do with the 911 funds, correct?
No, it doesn't. These are unrestricted. That said, this is an area that I think this board needs to consider lobbying our legislators to, as I've argued for years, and that is to re-implement a local 911 fee to help offset the cost of this. But those are unrestricted.
Were they in the salary study as well as far as a third for this year?
So I bring everybody's attention to, page 59, $3.8 million on expenses there for our 911. And that cost is borne by Wayne County taxpayers.
Right. They were not included. They're on next year's rotation, 28-29.
So, again, I encourage us to lobby our legislators for a local 911 fee. Next tab is emergency management.
So how's that gonna affect if they get their way and put emergency management under OSFM?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know enough about it.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Next tab is inspections. And can I ask on inspections, is the revenue generated from inspection fees limited to be spent in the inspections department?
Yes.
It is. Must be spent in the inspections department.
Yes.
Correct.
And possibly its facility is in, correct?
Has to be spent within inspections.
So, again, if we raise the revenue for inspections, we can't just use it for general other purposes. It has to be spent for.
A lot of times you'll see a combination of planning and inspections merged together. And in that case, you can use the inspections revenue to pay for the salaries of those in the planning department.
Well, we may have to look at that.
We are.
We are? Okay.
This is the first year it's ever really been.
There's got a lot
possibility.
of construction, a lot of permits going out there.
That's why you see a merged department.
That makes sense. And we're gonna have to find ingenious ways to,
Correct.
have the revenue.
They did 1.1 in fees, and we'll get 1.2 next year.
Yeah. All right, any other comments on that? Next item is medical examiner. We generally try to stay away from that. But our costs are going up dramatically there. Next item is ambulatory services.
Yeah, I noticed on, service maintenance, we just got our new, EMT trucks. Went up $112,529.
Say what now?
On account 1104370
What
on
page?
page 71. Went from 196,000 to 308,817.
Why would that have gone up that large? That's a good question.
That'd be Can you look back and see?
Whatever place,
Because we got new a number of
This
new
is
amps.
maintenance.
This is service and maintenance contracts.
It's a contract that we've got?
$112,529.
saw that one too.
Okay, so this is Carolina Fire Protection maintenance, stretcher maintenance. So you've added all of these new vehicles,
Yeah,
the
you
and
got
the
all
stretchers.
The striker stretchers, they got.
Striker
Contract on them.
stretchers, your linen, this includes our linen, not necessarily an increase, but Zoll Data Systems, which is some of their equipment maintenance. This is just to keep our, like a defibrillator maintenance, keep all of their equipment.
So the linen is
Well,
still.
what was the increase, is what we're asking though, over last year? I mean, because it's about $100,000 increase. And hopefully, we didn't sign an agreement paying $100,000 for the new stretcher maintenance, so hopefully they got some warranty on them.
So your Zoll increased, by 11,000.
What was that?
Your Zoll monitors.
EKG monitors.
It looks like your defibrillators is probably the largest of the increases, monitor maintenance for defibrillators. That was 63,000. That was not in last year's.
That was not in last year?
No, sir. This
For
is a service plan, annual preventive maintenance, repairs, parts, and labor, battery replacement, and shipping for defibrillators and monitors.
How many defibrillators we got?
Every truck.
Every truck.
I mean, defibrillators every building too.
Hopefully enough.
Yeah, there's that, I don't know if it includes in that line item in the buildings or not, in the county buildings, it probably does. I would think it would, but every truck has one. I mean,
There's some on the.
But $68,000?
yeah, but you got them on every floor, I mean, every other floor of the building.
And a lot of the, I know,
Libraries.
they've got like 17,
He got a grant for a lot of them, and I think they've worked with the school system to put them at some
And I don't know if
ball
that's
fields, and, I think down at the hub maybe too, there's
they got
Bryan
some,
Sports Complex, there's.
they got some in the, sheriff's vehicles.
Yeah.
How much is a defibrillator?
Well, the new one's probably, I bought some for a couple of churches a while back, they're about $2,500, they're probably.
2,500 is what I'm thinking about the size out here
Yeah.
is.
Hey, but if you have a heart attack, it's
wait.
worth 10,000.
I understand that, but I'm just
Might
saying.
worth more than that.
If you, have you got 60 of those, you're paying almost over $1,000 each just for the service maintenance for 1 year. And if the whole thing only costs $2,500, I'm just saying,
I think it's probably more than that. That'd be a question for Dave or Annette or somebody.
But it's not just, it's the Zoll EKG machine.
Yeah, you got them all, see,
It's
they're
not
all
just-
integrated, so what they do is they pull them out, they can actually unhook them from the ED and plug them into the machine that's on the truck. And they're all Zoll or whatever.
Well, haven't we had them from year to year though? I mean,
we've had them in the past year.
I mean,
Yeah, but we've added some, I reckon.
Yeah, but
The defibrillators are 42,000 each.
Do what?
42.
42,000?
Those are the ones on the truck.
That's the ones on the trucks.
4,200.
I thought you said 120.
They're $4,200 each.
42,000, the
Those
larger.
are the ones on the
That's the ones on the
trucks.
trucks.
Each one of these are $42,000
Yes, sir.
on each truck?
On the truck, yeah.
Well, if you're paying, okay. whatever.
So that's a deal now. ain't it?
I'm just saying, if it's if it's $2,500,
Is the number one.
everything's relative to the cost.
But if you need it, it's worth more than $42,000.
I totally agree. All right. Next tab is animal control. There was an article in today's News Argus, I assume you saw, that did not make us look very good.
There's
I
two
don't
sides
know.
to every story,
Do-
and I'll go on the record right now.
And there are two sides to every story.
Mandated services require those cages to be cleaned twice a day now. They doubled the labor of cleaning cages. Dogs come out in groups and go back in, and because every water bowl is not plopped right down at that very minute, that's when the lady looked. That kind of stuff happens. And I'm just saying, I don't think that the quality of care that's given over there by that staff was in any way a reflection of them mistreating any animals by not placing water dishes by their cages, period. And I'll take any heat that develops. I don't appreciate what that, that whole process, and,
Well,
I think there were plenty of people defending them online.
I do not have a pet at the house. I have had pets, but I do babysit for my granddaughters and daughters' pets. And it's a full-time job going behind a pet to make sure that there's food and water available. And you walk in my house, there may not be any water in the water dish, So, I don't know, I just, I hate that. I hate that was kind of inflamed.
sometimes it's the ones that might be inflaming it. I'll join you with the heat on that one.
Okay, that's where I'll.
Okay, any more comments on animal control? All right, next tab is law enforcement separation allowance. I don't think we have any maneuvering room there. Next tab
Well,
is.
let me back at
Okay.
animal control. I made a phone call, I don't know, one day last week. It was a Saturday, actually. So that's not Saturday, but Saturday before last. When I left the house at 7 o'clock, there was an owl standing beside the road on 13. I went done my thing, had to come back to the house, get something at 9:30, the owl was still standing there. I was like, the owl's been hit. So I made a phone call. It was actually Memorial Day. I made a phone call to Graham. Graham called the on-call, Mr. Reese. He was there with him. He was actually at the animal shelter, or animal services building, watering and feeding the dogs. He said, I got about another 20 minutes. I said, well, I'm standing here. I'm at the red shed looking over. He was there probably for 40 minutes. He scooped it up with that net thing within like 30 seconds, put it in the thing. I talked to Graham this past week. The owl's in Raleigh. It's some kind of bar or something, owl, kind of maybe endangered, whatever. And they said it had a partial fracture wing, and they got it in Raleigh, and they hope to release it in August. So
In August, okay.
yeah, so don't throw darts at the people that do that.
Exactly.
All right, our next tab is transportation.
Well, I did have a lady stop, say, I'm gonna stand there with him, and I said, ma'am, you don't need to stand on 13. I said, you might get hit and killed. She said, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about the owl. I advise her against that, by the way.
Any comments or questions on transportation? If I'm seeing this correctly, Gateway Capital is 78.2, and that would be our share of vehicles, I take it? Is that correct?
It's for a match on.
It's a match.
It's a match for their buses. They
Right.
do an annual allotment of buses, and it's our portion of the match for the grant.
And then we pay a portion of the administration.
Through that rope grant. Just listed.
All right, any comments or questions on that? Our next tab is planning. Any questions on planning? Hearing none, our next is economic development.
If you combine with that, would almost could take care of both of those, wouldn't it?
Help.
Huh?
It would help.
Any questions on economic development? I will note under economic development, do we have our new consultant is, well, actually wouldn't be involved here though, would it?
It will be in July.
Because is this, EDR is included in this? Mr. Manners?
Angie, do you remember where we located our funding for the EDR at?
That,
It is not including the new consultant, no, sir.
It is not.
No, this was prepared prior to that even.
That's true.
Being discussed.
But our,
You have existing funding with your other consultant that you're not gonna continue to hire. You can do a budget amendment at a later.
where are the dues that we pay EDR? Where would
those,
that,
those are in your commissioner's budget.
that's in the commissioner's budget?
I believe so. Let me make sure. Is that 4110? So it is in WCDA? Okay, yes, it is there.
Well, I for one would like to see it at economic development, not commissioners.
It is.
It is, page
She
85 to
confirmed that I was
85.
wrong.
Okay.
4920. It's about,
Which our share will go up some over that.
There it is, right there, next to the last line item.
NCGDP,
Yeah. All right, any other questions on that?
I have a question on the grant expense. I guess the department recommended over $3,029,380, and managers put $729,380 was for grant expense.
A lot of those are the tax incentives, so we decide to eliminate those until they're actually earned. We do not want to overinflate the budget artificially, so we'll come back before you with a budget amendment to request those.
So the 27, like the 27 department, that is what the department itself recommends, is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am, that is correct.
I was just wondering, why there was such a big variation in it.
You don't want to anticipate paying out any of those funds until you actually have to.
Our next tab is community development. So again, this is where the Friends of Seymour is totaling 28,625. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, when you add
Ken and the Friends of
the two
Seymour.
items together.
Do you actually pay all that to Friends of Seymour?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you just broke it out. And as far as Crossroads Strategies, we are eliminating that and switching that over to,
We'll be putting it in this page 85 at a later date. We'll make an
Okay.
amendment.
so we're gonna amend that.
Correct.
Because that changed from the time that this budget was put together. Okay, any other questions on that? Next item is cooperative extension. I think the only question I had on cooperative extension, if I recall, was the rental amount that the Maxwell Center is actually charging cooperative extension. And I'm not sure that that has ever been adjusted up over the years. And if we could look at that and make sure that we have reflected inflationary pressures that have been on rental, to make sure Cooperative Extension is being charged fair market value on rents.
So do you charge, you say cooperative extension, you charge phone services, soil and water, I mean, it's all one piece, or is it?
It is. And all of the cost of the Maxwell Center is under the Maxwell Center.
The revenue, the rental, is recognized in the Maxwell Center. The USDA, the Farm Service Agency, we actually have a lease agreement where they pay us for soil and water cooperative extension. That is just a figure that the general fund pays to the Maxwell Center Enterprise Fund.
Correct. But I just want to make sure that we have, I don't think it's been adjusted, the rental amount. And it's a bookkeeping thing, really, but I just want to make sure that we're charging whatever current market rate would be on rentals.
We're charging ourselves.
We are, but again, the Maxwell Center is an enterprise fund, and they should get the proper credit back since they're paying the load for the entire complex. We can just take a look at that.
One question.
Yes.
On salary and wages, our city department had $119,935, and the manager went up $160,156.
That is because they were in the salary study this year for the first time.
And they were not, they were one of the ones that was not adjusted the last time for what?
This is the first time they've been in the
Right.
salary study.
That is a huge increase, though.
Well, I mean, they did, what they are is just like, well, who were we talking about this morning?
Library.
Yeah, it was in the same scenario. They didn't recommend they going up that portion, and so we're playing catch up. And gets us at where they should have been already, and now, after this, it should be.
How many employees is this based on? Because this is $40,039 per year. So how many employees are we talking about here that this salary increase goes to?
Let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think.
So 6.
I'm just guessing. I don't know if the farm credit
That's
person's in there.
$6,600 basically.
13.
13. Does that count the farm credit?
$12,319. Pretty hefty.
So does this count the farm credit manager?
That position,
Does the salary
it would have
reflect?
been included.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on? All right, we're moving over to soil conservation. Next tab. Any questions on that?
Is that where the
Beaver control?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next one is other human services. And Andrew, you're checking for us to find out where Watch is under what organization and so forth, and you'll report back to us. Wayne Uplift. What is Wayne Uplift?
Battered, is it battered women?
That is the battered women?
Yes.
Okay, and nutrition for the elderly, 65,000. And is that through our senior services operation?
That is part of wages.
Wages, okay, I'm sorry. And then wages, foster grandparents, and then community and schools, 150.
Correct.
Any question on any of those?
Is there a reason why we're not doing anything with the retired senior volunteer program or the senior companion program or?
This was their first year requesting funds. So it's entirely up to the board if y'all would like to add that in.
I mean, I know, I know that there are two good programs. I know the senior companion program is definitely a good program. I know a lot more about that one than I do the retired senior volunteers. I kind of sort of think they coincide together, I think. But I know a senior companion that has someone come out and sit with them, and it makes a big difference with the family and everything, and it gives them a little extra time. And if it ain't nothing but just to go in the room and rest for a little bit, it helps out a lot. So I think it's a great program that we have, and if it's no more than $10,000 total, I think it's something that we should definitely do.
Do we do that through, Services on Aging?
They have a program like that, yes.
And we fund that one?
Yes, sir.
I think this is a direct appropriation.
Huh?
The Services on Aging is like a respite thing, isn't it? Where
They have a respite program, but they
respite
also
program.
have a in-home aid program.
Yeah, I mean, in-home aid, but then I don't know what that is. I just know that this program is something that is actually working and helping. And for no more than the amount of money that may help them keep it going, that's nothing compared to what we're spending on other things. And I don't think that should be a problem with here, to get that $10,000.
Got a problem with that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
You make that in form of a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we got a motion that we include $5,000 to wages retired senior volunteer program and 5,000 wages senior companion.
Well, it's 10 together.
Oh,
Both
well,
of them, yeah.
10 together.
Yes.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Commissioner Foster, never say you never got it.
Oh, yeah, I know. Thank you. First time for everything.
It is, isn't it? Okay, next item is veteran services. Anything on veteran services? Hear nothing, the next item is library.
Okay.
Before you begin, if I may, I want everyone to look on page 99. Libraries. That has grown to $3.8 million. I want that to sink in. $3.8 million on operating of our libraries. There are 3 libraries.
Could have been 4.
It could have been. But I just want everybody to recognize that it's nice to have libraries, but they are an expensive thing to operate. Okay. Commissioner Acott.
My question is, the 255,064 on the second line, is that their 4-year rate thing that they're supposed to have?
What page you on?
Page you on, 98? And which line item?
Number 2 there, 1106, 111, 512, 1110. It's
Okay.
on the second one there.
Salary other.
They're in the salary study.
Yeah.
So we put that information in that line until a decision was made. That for everybody.
Is that the exact amount that has been moved forward into the salaries and wages line item for the salary study?
Well, the full amount is 454,912 for the full-time, part-time, and regular part-time.
255. So 255 is the amount for the salary study for full-time. So for your part-time and regular part-time employees, they are increasing their hourly rates to make them equal to the full-time rate. So your part-time and your regular part-time pots of money, that is not That is not a number of employees. That, as long as they have the amount of funding, they can hire as many employees as they want. So it's managed by the pot. Full-time is budgeted by the position.
I know that. But the part-time, how many part-time employees do we have? Not regular full-time, but part-time. Because I seen 154,324 jump in just part-time.
Basically, they doubled their request on part-time.
Right.
So why would that be?
Okay, one of the reasons is the learning studio. That was being funded by the Library Foundation. And so we are.
Why would we absorb it?
Law school.
The Library Foundation did not want to give us the money to do it.
Well, then why would we continue the program?
So we thought it was a valuable program for the citizens.
To answer your question, Ms. Aycock, we have 29 part-time employees.
But they can work
But-
up to
but the-
32 hours a week, correct? To be, was it 30?
No,
30 to 32.
1,000.
A week? I'm
Oh,
talking about a
I'm
week.
sorry, that's a
Year.
1,000 a year. Right.
1,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's 20,
Less than 30 hours.
just 20 hours
A
a
week.
week would be 1,000. Okay.
How many full-time do we have
We have 21.
for 3 libraries?
Yes, ma'am.
We hire
And they
29 part-time.
We have
And
29.
then regular part-time, how many do we have?
Regular part-time. Let me get that number.
I'm gonna sound stupid. What's the difference in part-time and regular part-time?
Regular part-time, we are required to contribute to retirement. The employee has to contribute to
So they-
retirement as well as ourselves.
So that's the 32 hour, okay, got it.
Yes, sir.
I got it.
It looks like 18 for regular part-time.
68, right? That's
Well, there's
68.
just so many questions that I have here. First of all, why would we be paying part-time employees the same rate per hour that we're paying full-time?
Is that the regular part-time or?
Well, why would we do that?
Or the part-time?
I don't have an.
Most people that are working part-time get part-time pay.
They're highly qualified. Most of them are tutors for the Learning Studio. They're not working year-round. It's a summertime program, but you're talking about people with master's degrees and high educational levels that are tutoring in the summertime.
So basically it's teachers.
It's teachers.
Teachers and
They're
counselors.
teaching
and
students
whatever.
with learning differences and disabilities. The tutoring program.
Now, what is the program that we just assume responsibility for that the foundation used to pay?
That's what she's
The
talking about.
Learning Studio, that's it.
That's the one she's talking
It's
about.
the Learning Studio.
Yes, sir.
And I don't recall ever authorizing us to assume that.
It was just part of the programming.
It's always been,
Right.
have they had grant monies in the past?
I think that's what the foundation, that's how the foundation money came.
They didn't have any other outside grants?
Why did the foundation stop funding that?
That's a good question.
We have no idea.
And where is this housed?
School Street
School Street. It's now gonna be housed at School Street School, but
It
it was housed in a church, First Baptist, a couple of churches.
So not First Baptist.
Who monitors that program?
The library.
The library.
The library staff director.
I see tutors inside of the library. Those are the same?
Those are the same.
Okay, because that's what I say. I see a lot in the rooms, a lot. Oh, so, okay.
But that reading program has been housed off-site
Yeah, and it
for
just
years.
moved.
Well, maybe we can try next year to get some grants in place if we're gonna continue the program. You know, at this point, I think, you know, she just move forward with it, you know.
It's a reading program for kids that are having difficulty learning to read.
We already got an issue in the school system with them not having grade level
I'll
reading
do what
teachers.
you all say.
I mean, it's a good
I
program.
think it is
It's
too.
been in existence, it's not anything new. In fact, housing it over there is saving us from paying rent, to house it at a church. So we were paying rent previously, in prior years, which we're not paying that now.
And
Please
they-
let's look at some way to offset our expenses such to get grants and so forth.
They-
I
they-
can't understand why the foundation stopped funding it.
They,
They
they're
have
also,
applied for grant funding, they just don't know if it's come in yet. We just found that out.
You what now?
They have applied for $150,000 in grant funding, we just don't know if they've gotten it yet. So that would offset it if they win the grant.
So if we get the grant, then they'll offset the expense.
150,000, yeah.
Okay.
So this is half. So this was another department that was in their first study that they decided not to take the
Implement.
recommendation. So
Yes.
that's the reason we're playing catch up, that's the reason the
Of
cost.
about 15 years.
15, oh, really?
15 years?
Yeah,
That's what Sarah reported to us this morning.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Oh, you got some more questions, Wendy? All right, we're moving on. The next tab is literacy connections. I, for one, am not bringing this one up. I've already got scorched on this one. Any comments on that? Next item is county aid. What do we got under county aid?
What is this, county aid?
Old Waynesboro Commission and the Goldsboro Bridge Battlefield.
What are they? I mean, I have no idea.
These are contributions that I have seen on the books for 14 years now.
The old Waynesboro was out on 117.
I mean, I know where it is, but I'm just saying, like, I mean,
It's a former state park that lost its state park designation, and the county has given a contribution every year.
And who else contributes to that operation?
They have their own fundraising branch, I'm not sure, I'm sure there's other people that give to it, but
That's the one that Andy Anderson was big.
That is
on.
correct.
Andy Anderson
When they
was
moved the
the board
vehicle,
member,
moved the house from, what you call it?
Oh, yeah.
and Goldsboro Bridge Battlefield is the same thing as a historic site.
The one that's on Mobile Life Highway.
Correct.
Across from the place that burned up here a while back.
I mean, I've never seen anybody out there.
All right, any comments or questions on that?
They keep it maintained or signage and
Where's the other, you got Wayne County Museum, the Arts Council.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Keep
Let me go to the next page, huh?
Yeah, they didn't get what they wanted, but it wasn't that far off for one of them.
Yep, Wayne County Museum and the Arts Council of Wayne County.
Where's the Arts Council of Wayne County at?
Downtown Goldsboro. You know, at the old bank?
Yeah, I thought they
Yeah,
had
moved
moved.
over there.
I got you.
All right, our next tab is sewer funds.
Thank you. I see we increased, versus expenses, $446,869 on that, and usually we were always in the negative on the sewer fund. That's good.
Yes, sewer fund's looking really good.
Yes, please note that, because that has been something that Commissioner Hancock has been working on ever since you got on this board,
Yeah.
to try to turn that to the black.
And we're in the black.
And we're in the black by about 400,000. This does reflect the proposed increases from the city of Goldsboro, is that
Yes,
correct?
it does.
We gotta keep up with whatever they hit us with. Next tab, is debt service. And again, I don't think we've got any control over that.
We're actually going down.
Next tab is transfers. Those are the big numbers.
And they're from the general fund, Angie, transfers to?
Yes,
or
ma'am, this is
from?
transfers from the general fund out to various funds. The transfers are, that's the wrong year. Let's go to the right year. Okay, this is transfers out to the schools because the sales tax comes in to the general fund, so we're sending out $8 million for the set aside for school sales tax. This is for services on aging, Wayne Community College, DSS, Reval, Wayne County Public Schools, Health Department, DSS. So it's all of your other funds. That's the total.
Is the Maxwell and Jetport in this one?
If you'll go to the next one,
The
the
next,
next page, in 111,
Okay.
that will be your enterprise fund. So, let me pull that one up, that's 9860. And you will see these as transfers in on each one of these funds. So Maxwell Center,
How much
is all of this. So the 1.5 is the entire amount that's being transferred from the general fund to the Maxwell Center. And keep in mind, not all of that is operating, that is for the debt service.
That's what I was fixing. How much of that is debt service?
It's around 800,000 or 900,000 off the top of my head.
So what's being transferred into the Jetport?
None.
What do we anticipate paying that off, that building?
About 10 more
6,
years.
7, 8, yes, 900,000 is
900.
the debt service, principal and interest.
Thank you.
20.
but that includes the entire complex.
That's right, yeah.
Less than 20. Let me check Davenport's presentation. I can
Okay,
tell you exactly.
It's 679 actual, 680. Or 780.
Yes, and,
680, yeah.
right.
So page 110. Last year it was 3,185,000.
Page 110?
Yes.
And that's the, what is that?
What is page 110?
That's the capital fund, isn't it?
For,
Says,
County
yeah,
capital.
saying transferred in 3,185,000.
Oh, that is, that's the CIP, that's capital
CIP.
improvement. So that's what's being transferred out of the general fund to our capital improvement
Okay.
fund.
Okay.
Pay for vehicle.
Before we get to the blue tabs, a couple of things here. Could we go ahead and hear from Gene since he's here? Gene, if you'll come up. We had a number of questions in regards to Jetport and specifically how we have arrived at these rental fees on these hangars. So if you could give us some explanation of that.
First of all, Commissioner Joe, I would ask, or respectfully ask that you forgive me today for my appearance. I had to have some nose surgery, and I'm ashamed of the way I look on top of my head. So if you would allow me, I'd like to keep my cap on. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Ahead of today's being asked to come up here prior, I had already solicited, and I stay in touch with a lot of our local area airports, and I've been engaged with airport managers. I also do a document to try to figure out what are their rates and how are they charging for it. So I solicited over 9 airports. Just to name a couple would be Harnett, Johnston, and Lenore, different ones. And that's how we come up with it. And the average that they're charging is $296. That is average out of all the airports, $296 per a unit per a month. So that's kind of where we put our thermometer, our measuring stick, to see where we're going to be needing to go. Also, I would remind you that I believe it was 24, 25, we had an increase, a substantial increase in our hangar rates. And last year, we had a substantial increase. We're asking, upon your review, that we not move the barometer this year, that we maintain the exact same thing because of what we're looking at with our competitors. They're not really competitors, but our other airports that we use to measure what we're doing and how we're doing. So we're asking that we maintain that. The only other increase that I don't know if it's been up for discussion is, as you know, we are through via WCDA, we're building new T hangars. And I have written into my request that we increase that number. It's about 4,000 and something a month. $4,295 per month increase, and that is specifically for those T hangars. Now, there's 3 rates that will be involved in those specific T hangars, and how we arrive at that is each space is figured by square footage. So there's about 2 or 3 variances in the measurements. So we're charging, for example, the highest rate is going to be $370. The next rate is going to be $355 per month. The next rate will be $350 per month. And probably next year, we'll be looking and asking for an increase across the board. Upon looking at where we're at, we're asking that we maintain. Did I answer your question?
I have a question. So the space that, the hangar that you're running for $370 a month, what size space is that?
I'd have to go back, Commissioner, to give you exact, but it is a pretty big place. You can put a Bonanza. I measure everything with aircraft, so I apologize but I can get that number for you if you would allow me to come back.
So, I mean, if you had to just ballpark figure, would you say like 20 feet by 15 feet?
I would say probably 40 by 30.
Okay.
That's 12.
So when I think of something like that, I think that it should definitely exceed $370 per month. When I think of, if I had to compare it to just a space that you rent to store furniture, a 10 by 10 or 10 by 15 is going to be over $100 a month. You know, so I would, you know, to house an aircraft, I would definitely say that maybe we need to come up a little bit on those numbers.
May I respond?
Yes, sir.
I would utilize, or let me give an example for office space. I'm not a real estate broker or anything, but we currently we've got some office space that we lease at the FBO, the building the main terminal building. We offer that for $200 a month. I've done the same thing in soliciting area places that lease an office, internet, telephone, you know, they've got those 3 services mainly, and they're at the same price. So I'm not quantifying or qualifying whether it's a Learjet or aircraft. I'm simply measuring square footage. And how I figured that space is by using that barometer of what other airports are charging. So if we charge an excessive amount, not only will we get a lot of flack back, but we may not have the opportunity to rent it out. So that is where we're trying to stay competitive, especially this year. And one other observation that I'll mention to you, as these 12 units come online where we can actually use them, we're going to see a filter move out. We've already got these T hangars leased and rented. We're waiting today for your final approval to charge the rate at whatever, or the one that I have asked for. So we're gonna see throughout the field, different spaces come available. So there's gonna be a lot of movement this year alone in the Jetport. It's not gonna be primarily 12 brand-new people coming for those 12 units. We have offered it for older, existing pilots. If they want to move forward, update, we're giving them opportunity. So that is gonna give vacancy for their existing hangar. So again, it's gonna filter down, and it may take us 30, 60 days for that process to ever move. But we have a waiting list that we feel quite confident that we can get every space utilized and sold. So that's a long answer. That may not be the right answer. But that's how we use it. We use a barometer gauge by our area airports.
Could I also piggyback on that? And it's not only the revenue that you would get for the space, but it's also the tax revenue you generate from the aircraft. And it's not only that, but also the sales of fuel that you would have by the fact of having that aircraft based here. So it's a multitude, there are other revenue sources that are generated from the leasing. However, that said, let me piggyback on this. One of the concerns is this: if you're renting E-row, D-row, and E-row for $350, and these are older hangars, why are you renting the new hangars at similar rates? Because it would definitely be more attractive for someone to have a brand-new hangar versus an older hangar.
With a bathroom.
With a bathroom.
Well, the bathroom on the end, that's correct.
That is correct. And we may take a look at that next year, once we get these all in place, and we've got the lease ors in place, we may look at a substantial increase. But again, if you have a house, whether it's located on one side of the county or the other, you're gonna want to get the same revenue sometimes. I mean, it just depends on location and where you're at. That's the way I look at it anyway. So I do observe what you're asking, but I don't think that there are other places as Hickory, they have building brand new hangars now. They're not moving to $400 or $500 per unit. They're looking at the same platform that we are, trying to maintain competitiveness.
So how many empty hangars is there around the county, around the area?
0.
None around anywhere? Johnston
Every
County,
one that
Benton
I've
County?
solicited is filled right now.
So that makes ours even more attractive then.
Well, again, we've already got them leased or spoken for.
But all the new tenants,
Those new tenants will be filtering down. For example, there may be 3 brand-new tenants that are moving, but some of the older ones are moving into these brand-new ones. So that will allow their space to be opened up where we can use that.
So
Mr.
you
Paul.
said, how many do you have leased already out of the 12?
12,
All 12
all
leased?
spoken for.
Okay. And how many of those are older tenants?
I would say probably 90% of them.
Okay. So, I mean, my thing is, I'm getting this nice upgrade, but I'm barely paying for it. That just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should have to pay for that upgrade a lot more than what's in this, considering the amount of money that the Jetport loses over the years. So we're trying to make as much revenue as we can to offset that. It's just not adding up. And if you're saying you have a waiting list, there are none available, I have no other choice but to pay this. It's just like right now with the using the rental market. If you have a house, 3-bedroom in a nice neighborhood, 2-bath, that's gonna rent more for 3-bedroom, 2-bath in the, worst part of in a worse neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the way that it goes. So, and now if you have a new house that's 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, it's gonna rent more than an older house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So this should be substantially more than what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, these are people that have planes. Why are we trying to keep them at a discount? You have a plane. The county shouldn't be eating that. No taxpayer should be eating that. This is a luxury. It's just like you go down to the beach, you have a boat down there, that's a luxury. You get taxed for it, you get charged for it. I figure the same thing here. And if I live here, I don't want my plane and nowhere else because I want to be able to get to it as fast as possible. So I'm gonna pay the extra for it because either way, I'm gonna have to pay to drive over there with gas, drive back. So I would pay extra for it to be here. I just think that the amount is too low. And then you spent $1 million on hangars at this price right here. It'll take over 20 years to get that $1 million back.
Actually, I think it's about 16 years.
No, you do those numbers. I think it's closer to 20.
But again, not to be argumentative in any way, sir, but we're not catering to a bunch of golfers. I'm a boater, not a pilot. I understand exactly where you're coming from, but as Commissioner Joe was mentioning, let's don't lose sight of the bigger picture of gaining tax revenue, fuel sales, because we will. And I also recognize that the airport, as years past, not been maybe in a great position, but according to my boss, Chip, he says we are actually working in the black this year. So I think that's something that all of us should be proud of, that we've moved the needle to a prominent place.
I spoke on that earlier. I mean, right now, we're saying we're gonna be in the black, but that budget hasn't happened. So we have budget amendments every week. So that'll change over the next year to where we are in the red. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been in the red every year that I've been here.
Understand.
And my thing was, even when we first started this, I thought the 12 new tenants were going to be new tenants. I had heard previously the old tenants weren't going to be able to get the new ones. But now all of a sudden, the old tenants are able, 90% of them have the new ones. And then we have a waiting list for the people that are coming in. So it's like there's been a whole lot of change up from what was originally said till now. Not knowing where the $1 million even came from to build a hangar, which I'm still questioning that. It's just a lot of different things that I'm questioning out here at Jetport. It just doesn't seem right. You know, when at the end of the day, when it shortfalls, it comes back to those that can't afford a plane to pay for it.
Again, please accept my apology, did not mean to be any way argumentative.
Oh, no, sir, I'm just stating these
I'm very
points.
proud of where I work
Yes, sir.
at and working for the county, and I can tell you that I'm not looking to be in the red. I'm the one that's in charge or been placed in charge, and I'm not one, I think this year would speak for itself in stating that we have moved the needle in a significant manner to the black. And as long as you gracious people allow me to work out there, I'm going to be a good steward of our funds and watch where we're going. So again, I did not mean in any way to be disrespectful.
No, you're not. I'm just speaking on it as a total in this budget. And I've spoken on the Jetport several times with this board that we need to be looking at the finances. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying anything about your job or anything that you're doing or not doing. I mean, that's fine. And I don't mean to be disrespectful
No, sir,
to
did
you
not
either.
take it that way.
But I'm just saying that overall, the numbers at the end of the day, I got to look at this bottom line. And that bottom line has been in the red since I've been here. We're saying, oh, we're going to be in the black this year coming up. But that's not determined until we finish that year. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say it's going to be different. Not only on top of that, we have something that, like I said, I don't know where the money came from to pay for the hangar. I'm still trying to figure it out. That's not going to be able to withstand itself for, I'm going to say, close to 20 years. Then by that time, you have a bunch of repairs that's going to need to be happening and everything else, and then they're old. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's a loss on top of that at the end of the day because we're charging such low rates. You know, so I think it should be higher, and I don't think that it'll push anybody out to leave. I just don't believe that. Not when we have a waiting list already, and those that are waiting, do they already have planes, or are they planes already in Wayne County, or are they somewhere else, or what? I have no idea.
We don't know exactly either because that, like an E road that you mentioned, that is going to be a lot of vacancy in that road. So we're going to be moving new tenants, probably out of the county, off of that list that we have currently. So that's where most of those people will go. You mentioned maintenance. These hangars have been there for years and years. Very little maintenance. We have had to do some doors and stuff like that, but for the age of them, they're still operational and doing well.
And I get that. I'm just saying, if you have bathrooms and stuff like that, plumbing issues, you got electrical, you have those issues over the years. You know what I'm saying? That's my point with that. You know what I mean? But once again, I just think they should be higher. I think we'll still rent the same way. I don't like the fact that we moved old tenants into them. I think the new tenants should have got them because that was what was talked about previously.
Mr. Chair?
That's, yes.
Mr. Jean, thank you for coming on such short notice.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that you said was when you had done your research at looking at the surrounding jet ports around us.
Yes, sir.
The average was around 299, somewhere there.
That number is 296.67 when you average all of those airports that I solicited.
Yes, sir. Do you feel like that these rates that you or your team set are at the high end, obviously, of what's competitive?
I do.
Do you mind sharing any that you found around us that might be here or even higher than what these are?
There was only one that was listed, that was Johnson County at $400.
$400?
Yes, sir. They were the only ones. By the time you added, I had solicited about approximately 9 of them, and then I calculated, the average was 296.67 out of all of them.
So Johnson County, they average at 400?
400.
What was the highest T-hanger?
That was in Johnson County, 400.
Oh, the highest one was $400.
Now, the one that we're going to be, the highest one that we're asking for on these new
No,
ones.
the highest one that you solicited
Yes.
was $400, not the average of $400. It was $400 is what the highest one
For
was.
Johnson County, the average $350,
What's the highest,
$325.
what was the highest T-hanger of any one that you, any single T-hanger that you,
That was it. Johnson County at 400.
Can I ask you, have you got the numbers there in regards to what
I do.
the T-hanger rental is for Duplin County?
Duplin County was at 325. Stanley County at 325, Rocky Mount 350, Rocky Mount Wilson.
Wait a minute, Rocky Mount Wilson?
Yes, sir, 350.
I just know that we're competing constantly with Johnson County and for some reason Rocky Mount. I don't know why we're competing so with Rocky Mount, but
We also
are.
compete pretty collectively with Greenville, and Greenville was listed at 325.
Greenville is listed, T-hanger 325.
Yes, sir.
How old were their T-hangers?
Well, it varies.
What size were they? Did they have the bathrooms and the, accommodations that these new ones have? So all of that goes into factor too.
Well, a T-hanger is going to be probably about the same size regardless because of the size of plane that we're looking at. We're looking at a propped plane to go in there. The only thing that would possibly go in those other two larger spaces would be a Vision jet, a single Vision jet. The rest of them are going to be prop planes. So they're going to be the same size regardless.
I did want to clarify one thing, and that is, they don't have bathrooms in each one of these facilities.
yeah, I know.
There's a bathroom, one bathroom on the end.
but that's the only one that's got.
And that's the only one that actually has a bathroom within the building, the entire building.
Yeah.
But we felt like that was so far away, we didn't want people going out on the bushes.
Going out the back door.
Okay,
Correct.
whatever.
Yes, sir.
Outside
Bottom
door.
on the fly.
At the rate of $1 million, based on what you just said, $42.95, it's gonna take about 19.4 years to pay for them with no interest, no upkeep. At $450, it would take 15.4. At $475, it would take 14.6. And at 500, it would take 13.8. And we've always been told that it's not a good investment. You can't pay for it in 7 to 10 years. 7 to 10 years would be, 10 years would be somewhere around $700 a month, so.
All right, now let's credit back the taxes we generate from that. You see what I'm saying? In other words,
How much
you
taxes?
you cannot only take it from the standpoint of the rental. It's also the revenue you get from selling gas, also the tax, the ad valorem tax that you're receiving on the aircraft. So, and not only that, but if you're talking about putting this at 450, that pilot is going to be, believe it or not, they're going to be looking at it and saying, hey, I can go to Johnson County. They got a restaurant, they got all kinds of things over there at Johnson County. And it's just not that much further going there versus going
They
elsewhere.
just said there's no vacancies around anywhere.
Not now, not today. But again, there's.
How many of them are building T hangars now, though?
I know that Hickory's building one that should come online this sometime.
I saw
later this
today
summer.
that Onslow County is building 2.
Hickory, North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
No,
And
that's-
Onslow is starting to build, and I know that Kinston is being very aggressive in a building program over there
Hey,
right
we
now.
already heard that actually Kinston, they're building T hangars that the state is funding.
But they have changed, instead of, for years, Kinston has been the Transpark, a big picture. They are going after what our market is, the GA airport, so they are looking at expanding the T hangar, going into T hangar business more and more.
If I can, where do you feel like the maximum you would recommend for these rates to be at? Seeing the lay of the land that we're looking to increase those monthly rental rates. Where do you feel like the top end of that should be on a recommendation?
You may not go with my recommendation.
I may not.
My recommendation to you as the leaders of our county is to please accept my recommendation this year for moving forward and getting all these tenants in place. We can have a more accurate reading of what the tax base is going to be by next year, by seeing what kind of aircraft exactly are going to be going in there. And we will also be able to calculate between now and then, fuel sales, if we had any substantial increase. Now, just one caveat. The last 2 months, as in, I'm sure everyone has seen, there has been a huge decline in avgas as people, if they don't need to fly, they're not going to fly because of the cost of fuel. So
Agreed.
we may see that play in the picture. But jet fuel has certainly not had a factor. It has continued to be at the same or to increase, because if they got passengers or if they're flying executives, they're gonna buy jet fuel regardless.
So based on the 90% that's moving in from the old to in, those aircrafts, what kind of value do you see those aircrafts? What's the value of those aircrafts? That'll tell us.
Average aircraft is gonna be, roughly 75,000 to 100,000 value.
So you're talking less
Average.
than $1 million then.
Average.
So that ain't,
But the tax that we generate, I would think is pretty substantial. I didn't bring all the numbers, but I've got a report at work that tells me that Alan helped me with.
Like 30,000 something? Taxes?
you need to,
30, 34?
It'd be about 65,000. Or 65.
I got 58.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, any other questions?
what was a substantial increase next year that y'all were looking at?
Well, if we looked at a 2 to 3% across the board, that would be a pretty good. But again, I won't know exactly, nor will I recommend, trying to give you an idea without verifying and doing the same thing I did next year as I did this year in soliciting our neighbors and trying to figure out where we are.
How do you lease these for basically a year? Is that what the lease on the hangar is, a year?
They are, but they're self-renewing every 30 days. The lease is designed where it's not just a yearly basis. For example, if you were a tenant and something happened, you sold your plane, you needed to relinquish that, we would do it at the end of the month. So you could get out of it. As long as we got notification.
Okay, other question, yes.
Just an observation. So just looking at the average of these recommendations, So we're averaging about $358. So, you know, if you do your math on that, you're looking at somewhere around $52,000 in revenue out of these. If you went to $500, it's $21,000 increase. So respectfully, we're spending a lot of time having a discussion about this particular item for $21,000. My thought would be that we just continue to what Mr. Genus presented, give it an opportunity to see what happens, see what we get in there, look at the tax revenue, and then come back and see if we need to go up.
I kinda like Joe's idea now, looking at it, going up $50 across the board.
Well, I didn't, wait a minute now. After hearing that the maximum, the highest is $400.
But there's nobody around that's got any.
Would,
But that's where we would be at 420. 420 would be the highest, but most of them would be 400. Basically, it'd be at the same figure.
so we're going to be $20 more higher than Johnson County.
On 1, 2, 3, on 4 of them, yeah. 4 of them we will be, the rest of them will be at or.
Commissioner, may I say something?
Yes.
And again, no disrespect, but as Commissioner Harold mentioned, I think we're splitting hairs. So I'm here to provide the county with a profit or to at least try to achieve being in the black. And according to my boss, Chip, he says that we are, and I will continue to work to move forward. But again, if we look at next year, at the end of the 12 months, we can certainly have a good measuring stick to see where we're at. So I ask again, with your consent, that we maintain with my recommendations.
Next year we're doing $100.
My only thing is, then next year we'll be saying the same thing. Well, they did a lease at this price and such has such has built theirs now, or this person or that person. And 21,000 over 10 years is 210,000. That's faster that you pay, you get that $1 million back. Whoever gets it back that put that $1 million in, like I said, I'm still trying to figure out where that million came from, because it wasn't supposed to come from this board in the county. But, so I just don't see the problem with it, but hey, I'm only speaking from a point of watching us lose money every single year. I've been the only commissioner to really even say something about that. And now this year we're supposed to be in the black. I hope I'm here to see it. Don't know if I will be or won't be, but I just hope I'm here to see it, because if not, I will be calling this back out then. Because I just don't see how that's gonna change over a year. It's nothing that we're doing different from years past to this year to make any difference that I see personally. But it's whatever the board recommends. I mean, you know, and we can move on.
Point taken, sir. And again, I again apologize if I said anything.
Oh, no, sir.
But I appreciate the opportunity, and anytime that you would ask or have me, I'll try to be prepared or better prepared to answer any of your questions. Thank you for having me today.
Let me say this.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Gene, what do you contribute to how we've got into the black? Like Mr. Foster said, we've been in the red. What have we done now to get into black?
Well, for the first thing, I would say that the last 2 years, the last 2 budget cycles, we had that increase in hangar rent. We generate revenue really 3 ways, which you guys know, off of it. Fuel, hangar rent, a few land leases, but I mean, that's the primary 2 money makers. And I would say that it's nothing on my part that I'm a good manager, but certainly if you have someone who cares, you're going to be watching the bottom line. And if I have a piece of pie that I've got to live out of, I'm constantly relying on Miss Ann and Miss Angie, and they certainly assist me. I'm not a brilliant person, but they help me manage the funds that you guys attribute and allow me to. So I can say that it's not anything on my part, but it's a team effort of good management that's helped us get where we are. So I think we're going to be moving forward. And not only that, we have several projects that have become to fruition, and we're proud of the Jetport. It is not the little place down the road anymore. This is a business center and we intend on making it operate that way.
In an effort to try to bring this to a close, I'm going to recommend that we actually do increase the amounts. And the amounts that I'm recommending is $30 that we're adding to every rental on every T-hanger, which will bring us in line with Johnson County, 400 being the top.
Every
I don't want, every hanger, every T-hanger increase $30 over what's posted here. And that'll bring us at a maximum of $400, which is Johnson County. I mean, that's the high end of this market.
I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that?
Every T-hanger.
Are you be okay with that? Mr. Foster, you okay with that?
No, but we go on.
Okay. All right, if we're in agreement with that, if we'll modify the budget to accommodate $30 increase on the T-hangers, new and old, $30 on every one of those rates.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me today, y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, we need to take a break.
I do.
I would like to finish this up this afternoon, so
I just
let's
wanna-
take a 5-minute
oh,
break if we can.
Okay.
Commissioner Foster.
Oh, no, we're fine. I'll get it later.
We're back up from our recess. Sales tax fund is the next item. Is that the school sales tax fund?
Yes, sir.
It is. Mr. Harold, did you want?
Who did the,
I think
Yes.
this is your point.
Yeah, I can discuss it here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Anderson, for pointing that out. So, one of the things that I wanted to talk to, the commission about was the school district, budget request. And thank you to everybody in this room, Chip and your staff, and everybody for putting together this budget. Because there's a lot in there, and going through it. And one of the requests that the school district had was a $750,000 request to help with shortfalls in the exceptional children's department, or the students with disabilities department. And going through the budget, and again, thank you to all the staff who's answered all of my questions when I've had questions about it. It's really difficult to try to find dollars to try to use in areas to help out in certain ways. So one of the things that Andrew helped me with, and I think Angie helped some, and Chip some too, in trying to investigate, was looking at the use of the restricted sales tax fund and what that could potentially be used for. Because there are some counties around us that are using that for current expense, citing two particular general statutes, but those statutes really, after talking with Andrew, and I know Angie had some input too, those statutes really do not apply in this situation when it comes to trying to help the school district out with meeting this request of helping with shortfalls with exceptional children. So one of the things that I wanted to propose was in this particular line item where we allocate 2.5 million of this fund to go to what we call small projects, or the capital use line item, was look at an additional one-time appropriation this year of an additional 500,000. So that would take the appropriation to 3 million this year, and this year only. What that would allow the district to do is, as we appropriate funds for current expense, some of those current expense funds that the district has are used to fund things like maintenance department, the operations department on the school district side. And there are a lot of smaller items that are purchased, that are capital items, but they don't rise to the level of that we see them in the restricted side when you're looking at chillers, boilers, activity buses, things that are large. But if we increase one time that 500,000 into that particular line item, then that would give the school district some budget flexibility on their side, on their current expense side, to shift and move some things around to capital to reclaim or recover that $500,000 to put forward to the exceptional children's department. Some positives with this is, this particular proposal does not affect our budget numbers as far as the current expense and the budget that's been presented. It does affect the capital side. Looking at the numbers right now on the capital side, we do have a surplus in there. We have enough to meet our current expenditures, and the pot is growing some. Now, I realize that, being cognizant of giving that fund there, we also have to be aware of potential future uses of those funds. One of those I know that we have had in our CIP is looking potentially for Brogden Primary School. Well, I feel pretty confident, as I think most of us do, that Brogden Primary School is probably at least a year or maybe more off. And then if the school district is successful in getting funding through a grant, we might potentially do with what we did with Rosewood, where we pay down debt out of a grant before we end up borrowing and using this money to fund for that.
but that's gonna be at 15% now instead of.
Depending on the grant.
Right.
Right. So the needs, if the school district gets a needs-based public school grant for that new school construction, they can ask for upwards, I think, of around 44 million. And of course, because of our reevaluation, we're now in that 15% match instead of 5 where we were. So we do have to be cognizant of that whenever that opportunity comes. one of the advantages of this too is those monies stay on our side and we are drawing interest on those until those are paid out. And again, it gives the flexibility to the district to move some funds around internally to help cover this cost for exceptional children's needs. The nice thing too about capital appropriations is 100% of that goes to the district. None of that is drawn off for other programs around us for that. So I wanted to present that to my fellow commissioners as a consideration in this particular item.
My question is, I know we have Brogdon coming down the pipeline. How is that gonna affect Brogdon's finances?
I think, and Andrew, please help chime in, but, right now with Brogdon, we have allowed the district to purchase the land, and that was paid for out of this fund. I believe that was about $1 million to purchase that land. And the district, I believe, is probably in the process of trying to secure an architect or look at what design they want to bid or build for that. And I think really we're not going to know, what it's going to cost for Brogdon until we get probably about a year down the road. So this particular fund, as we all know, has been used to obviously pay the $2.5 million that we have given last year and this year that's in the budget to help with those small projects or maintenance for the school district. The rest of that has been used to pay for debt service on school projects. So I say I don't really know, right? Because I don't know exactly what that new school's gonna cost when we get to that point and what the borrow may be to actually pay for that when we get there.
Could I ask a couple questions? Sure. First of all, how much is in that fund currently? 6.5.
36286.
Now, out of the 6.5, is that 2.5 out of that coming out of that?
Yes,
So that's gonna leave us with 4.
but you're adding 8,
We're adding 8.
correct, from sales tax, 4042.
We're adding 8 million.
Yes, sir.
So what's, after
End
you do,
result,
what was the net result?
the net result is projected at 8 million.
Okay, 8 million after those adjustments.
Yes, sir.
So if we took $500,000, that's gonna leave us $7,500,000.
It'll be less than that because it's all compounded, so it's gonna be about 7.3.
So it'll be a little bit more than 7.5. If the
Less
school
than
cost us 50 million, 15% match is 7.5 million. So the funding's pretty well secure. Now, that would make it the overall purchase price or construction price 57.5 million. So it's gonna be less than that, would be our share at 15%. So we're covered to be able to match up to 15% with the balance.
Yeah, it shows it growing in this, in Davenport's
CIP.
piece, yeah. It shows that growing, but if you take $500,000 out of that 6.5, all this stuff is compounded, right?
It is calculated with a 1.5% growth rate,
So that's gonna be about 7 million,
actually 1%
7.73.
in this model.
Yeah. So it shows, showing at 8 million, but actually, if we stick back to the 2.5 next year, before we end up having to do it, we're gonna have about 2, but keep in mind, when we start dipping into that, it's gonna come down to tax increases down the road for school.
Well, I also want to point out,
I mean, I'm $4,500,000 in for EC, but I'm just saying, when we start talking about big money for school stuff.
I agree. But I also want to point out a couple other things, and that is, again, it's a state mandate because the state has capped EC at what? An arbitrary percentage of what, 13%?
About 12.5.
12.5%. Well, in Wayne County, we are above that 12.5, thereby costing local dollars for the EC program. And if they would only remove the cap and fully fund EC, then we wouldn't have this issue. We would not have this issue. And it would free up a good bit of money locally. So again, we've got that issue.
Again, my request is just look at this for one time only.
So one time.
Because I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, Commissioner Gurley has a good point too, that we do have to be careful with dipping into this fund excessively. Because over time, it does dwindle when these projects come up. But hopefully also too, over time, there's gonna be some things coming off of debt service, you know, as some of these other, projects are paid for.
To the principal per se of it.
So, again, they are asking for a direct appropriation where there'd be no match on the county's part. But if they cannot get that and have to go with needs-based, then it would be a 15%, and we would have a coverage of that. Now, my understanding is that that would probably be a year's cycle before they could apply for the needs base. So that would be next year before they could apply for a needs base, which would add additional dollars to that. So we would be well covered.
But they need it now.
You're talking, Mr. Joe, the chair's talking about potentially if when we have to borrow or actually need the money for the school.
Correct.
Right, you're correct as far as the money for the exceptional children's department.
So at any rate, that's a recommendation that's coming. Is there any discussion on that recommendation?
So it's not coming out of fund balance, it's coming out of 42
correct.
money. There will not be any kind of change to the budget per se when it comes to.
It wouldn't.
There'll be no tax increase based on this. It's just, everything's just straight up coming out of 42.
And it's just a
money.
one-time fee.
I got no problem with it.
So if everybody's okay with that, if you'd please raise your hand to give signal that you're in support of that. All right, so we'll do that.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on
Yes, sir.
that tab, sales tax fund? All right, then we have the next tab being servicing on aging. Any questions or comments on that?
Oh, I had one. Service on me.
Huh?
Andy, I know you can answer this. I know the revenue is, 1,581,316 on that on page 114.
Yes, ma'am.
But the expenses exceed the revenue by, I think, $233,118. Do we balance this account with the revenue, with expenses?
They've got so many different funds there, it was kind of hard to find that.
Yeah, well, you go all the way down to the bottom here, revenue. I know we done transfer general fund and fund balance appropriation to break.
So your revenues and your expenses are mixed. So she has, Services on Aging has several, divisions.
Yeah.
So if you look at page 117, that's another revenue.
Okay.
So once, and then if you go on to page, 119, that's another revenue source.
Okay. Okay, I was just
Thank you
looking
for
at the very
asking
best.
that. Yep.
I knew you would
Good-
have an answer.
Good question.
Okay, any other questions on that? Next tab is 4H. Any questions or comments on 4H? Next is debt service fund. Again, I don't think we have much control over that. It is what it is. The next item is Wayne Community College. Now, I will point out, being on that board, that I have had a request to increase the funding here by $400,000. I have looked and looked and looked, trying to find the revenue to offset that $400,000. I've taken some time of Angie's, I've taken some time of CHIPS, and we cannot find that. So unfortunately, lacking revenue to offset it, we're just gonna have to go with what we have. Hopefully we'll have additional revenues. Any other comments on that? By the way, they are doing a fantastic job out there. If you haven't been to Wayne Community College lately, go by there and check out that campus. I mean, it's really transformed over the last decade. The next one is revaluation. I don't think we got any option on that. There was some discussion of changing our reval to once every, what were we talking about? 6 years or 4 years?
6 years.
I just point out that if this board decides to do that, we may be limited by a legislation that is actually in the Senate right now to actually limit revaluation and the timing of that. But if you do, you're gonna have to change your revaluation fund. The next tab is Department of Social Services. huge department, huge expenses. But when the federal government turns around and mandates that you've got to double your workload, you're gonna have to hire the staff to do that. And so, next year is gonna be really interesting on that, as far as what we're gonna be faced with coming up for all of the new certifications of SNAP and everything else. Next tab was public health. Anything on public health and all their many funds. Then we go to public schools. There was one. I'm sorry, we should have waited till we got to that, to Mr. Harrell. Do note that we are on outside agency, under public schools, we are allocating 200,000 to WISH.
Is that, do we get credit for that?
No.
Okay.
Any other comments on schools?
We do.
Because it's given them the current expense.
That's part of that 700 or
Oh, we do?
whatever, it's all combined.
Because the way it's given.
200 for that, okay.
So at this point, we increased our funding for public schools by 2%, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Next tab is fines and forfeitures. All of those are collected and sent over to the schools. What is this? Representative payee. That's a new tab. What is that?
This is for the DSS department. This is for their, we basically have to account for it on our financial statements and budget for it as well. So this is for their client income.
Oh, okay.
So,
Any questions on that? Next tab is 911 restricted. These are the restricted funds coming from the state. And there's a lot of red tape on that.
Yeah, I had one question, Mr. Chair.
Okay?
Not enough money.
Exactly.
Miss Angie, on page 221, the 546, 500 line, 109,000. That was not in last year's budget, so I was just curious. what
okay,
that
so
was.
that is one of those Governmental Accounting Standards Board, leases and subitas. I presented a budget amendment to you today for this year. This is no change in the budget. It's just to appropriate those expenses for presentation in the budget. Leases and subitas. Subscription-based IT agreements.
Why have you got an amortization expense?
That is an accounting mandate. We have to, that is the account that they require us to use. I don't know how else to explain it.
I don't
And
recall
not getting-
having amortization.
You didn't. You did. This is the first year for this because this is 225. This is restricted funds. So,
Okay. All right. Accounting.
yes.
Next item is streetlights. This is the streetlight fund and it's in and out, correct?
Did you miss fire? Did you miss fire? You missed fire.
Fire districts.
Do what now?
You missed fire.
Oh, I misfire. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said misfire. I said, where did I misfire? I didn't bring my gun. Fire districts. Misfire. Again, that's in and out. We receive the money, we pay it out. Street lights, same thing, in and out. Next one was street assessments. Now, that's not actually an in and out. How many more years have we got on the street assessment? This was, I think, the only subdivision that we've done this with. And there is a provision where in a subdivision, if in fact their streets are not state maintained and they want them to be taken over by the state, the county can in fact fund the cost of bringing it up to state standards. And whatever that is, we can assess each one of the property owners
But they got to vote.
for that. They do have to vote, and
Percentages got.
I think it has to be about 70%. if I'm correct.
75% of the property owners representing 75% of the lineal feet of the street. There's several qualifiers in there.
Oh my goodness, off linear feet? Okay.
Any one of those could disqualify.
First page.
We did this one time, we really do not.
We've had several subdivisions try, they could not attain 75%.
Yeah.
Remember when we tried? It didn't have enough people to do it.
Well, it's extremely expensive to bring a street to state maintained quality.
But all the new ones are built to state.
They are. Okay,
3 years is how many years we have left.
3 more years? Really? Have I been here that long? God. Well, it'll outlast me. Solid waste is the next tab. Any comments on solid waste? That's the enterprise fund. The next one is the.
Would they end the adjustment as well for their salaries?
I think so.
Because their salaries and wages went up about 10%, so.
Oh, it did. Well, then that's a good question.
That's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Okay. Next item is the Jetport. Now, I know we beat this horse to death, but I just want to point out that the budgeted revenues and the budgeted expenses are such that there are $0 being transferred from the general fund. 0. This is the first time in history that this has ever happened. Now, agreed, that is a budget, and there could be some budget amendments. There could be some grants that come through that we would have to have a match on. But with the action that we just took, that even enhances this, that would actually be in the black. Heaven forbid that we would actually show that we're in the black, but anyway.
One question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This is just a general question, because I was looking here that their avgas appropriation is way down from last year, and I was thinking about, I think maintenance, we had like 55,000 for gas. Do we think that's gonna be enough? You know, with current, and then are they thinking that they're not gonna need as much avgas?
Well, here's what's happened. We had a major flight school that has ceased to operate there. Forget the lady's name.
Yeah.
But
Fairwinds.
Fairwinds has actually had to close, and that accounted for a lot of avgas. Now, we are trying to replace that school, but we had to budget accordingly.
I got a quick question about 2026. Fund balance appropriation, 2,639,000.
What page you on?
233.
So that is due to the fact that we had several grant reimbursements we were still waiting on, so we had to do a temporary appropriation from the general fund to get the cash out of the negative, so we could, close the account. So that is a temporary funding. Probably by the next, or definitely the next meeting, you'll see a budget amendment coming back to move those funds back to the general fund, to reimburse the general fund.
And
That's
that's
delayed
really,
grant reimbursements.
that is so unfortunate. They'll give a grant, but the county's got to put the money out first and be reimbursed for it later. So they like using our money until they reimburse us.
A lot of grants do that.
I don't understand why grants do that. If you're going to give me a grant, write me a check.
So with that being said, total for the airport was 6,426,000.
The total revenue and expenditure budget for the current year, that is correct.
Okay. So it was budgeted originally at 1,451,000.
That's correct. And a lot of the other funds is the grant revenue, the increase.
So how much grant revenues do we have coming in from out of that $5 million difference?
How much, restate that one more time for me so I can make sure I
How much
answer.
revenue's coming in?
this year. So you're gonna get reimbursed at a minimum, the 2.6. I believe 3.2 was the original amount that was transferred. So it will depend. We have all of the grant reimbursements submitted, thanks to Jason, because Jason Elliott with Ardura. We have been pushing and pushing and pushing him to get all the possible reimbursements in before the end of this fiscal year, so we could transfer most, if not all, of the 3.2 that we had to fund
In this fiscal year.
in this fiscal year.
So 3.2.
So in '26, you got 2.2 in grant revenue that was anticipated, and you have 2.6 for fund balance appropriated. So that is 4.8 roughly. That was between grant revenue and fund balance.
So we still ended up transferring 251,000 in.
For this year, that is correct, and that would be all of the matches required.
Complicated.
I mean, I'm just trying to learn it, because like, I mean, in 2025, it's saying we transferred 3 million in.
But some of that's is grant passed, I mean, like the grants and all kind of when they come in, when they come out, right? Or not?
Well, after this that's, I mean, if it's saying transferred, I mean, that's different than what she just said with the fund balance appropriation. So, you know, that's why.
When we closed '25, we had to transfer in 3.2. When we started this budget, we had to appropriate 2.6. That's the revised budget. So
we lost millions within those, a million in those 2 years.
Let me go back and restate that, because the 2.6 is partially because of the grants that are reappropriated to finish out the grants from '25. So I know that does sound confusing. It is accounting, but we transferred in 3.4 from the general fund to finish up 2025, okay? So we're at 3.4. Then when we started the grants for '26, we had to do a fund balance appropriated of 2.6 of those funds that were transferred in. I don't know how I don't know another way to explain it. You can't spend the money. You can't spend the money in a budget unless it's appropriated.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Of course. It's got to come somewhere.
Okay. It is confusing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the bottom line for me is confusing. You know what I mean? Because we have in 2025 the 3 million transferred in, 9 million total, 251,000 transferred in, 6 million total. So trying to get an accurate number, because we're waiting on funds and everything else, and funds from one year is going to the other year. And if that 2.639 went to 2025, what money's going to 2026 to cover the 6 million? You see what I'm saying? It's like, so if it's going back a year, what money do we have that's gonna be coming back in for 2027 that's gonna cover the 6 million for 2026?
So none of the 6 million is being considered for 2027. So when we work on future budgets, we do not appropriate any grant funds.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Those are not appropriated until we bring those to you, because they require the match.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So there's no grants considered in the budget that you're reviewing today for the jet fuel.
But, so that's what I'm saying to my board. You see that we're losing money.
Well,
right? You know, I mean, even with whatever taxes coming off planes, fuel sales, whatever, we're losing money. Now we're turning around and say we're getting value for a fence or this or that. Is it real value because it's not something that's tangible that we can sell or whatever? You know what I'm saying? So we're putting a lot of money into this jetport for, I mean, I don't see that much coming back in return. And I think that, you know, we need to look at some other counties' budgets or something to see what they're doing, what they're spending on, because I just don't see every county investing in these jetports and losing and investing this type of money. It just doesn't make sense.
Respect, I'm looking at the audit that was presented on June 30, 2025. I'm looking at the, basically the income statement, and the revenues over expenditures were $3.6 million to the good. But you have to consider that 3.2 of that was the transfer from the general fund, a temporary transfer that will be sent back. So that leaves $455,000 to the good, and this is in our financial statements for 2025.
When we went over that, I remember questioning them, and that was actually ended up being a negative. The lady totally got tied up on that. So that's still confusing with that. It's like we've even had someone come in here and say that we were 40,000 to the good, but then turned around when we got in the actual budget, we were $500,000 in the negative. It's like, I don't know what's going on out there at the jetport. I have no idea. I don't know, but something's just not adding up. It's just not. Whatever financing numbers, I mean, and y'all guys do a great job, but something's just not adding up, even to a point of a $1 million hangar getting built that we didn't approve. But where did that money come from? It's just a lot going on, and I got so many questions and I never get answers. I've emailed Andrew for answers, and he's saying nobody will answer. It's kind of sort of ridiculous. And it seems that, I mean, I'm the only one that cares when we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars up to millions of dollars. But then when we need money for something else, we can't get it. I'm in a district that needs money for certain things, and I can't get anything approved out here. 10,000, first thing I got approved by, you know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous. But we keep putting money into this jetport. Like, it's just not adding up at all. You know, we have a member that sits on the jetport board. We have a member that sits on the WCDA. Somebody need to answer where that $1 million came from. Gotta know. Somebody gotta know. Somebody gotta know how these buildings got built, how them T-hangers got built.
Okay, with that in mind, I think it may do us well if we could maybe go back 5 years. If you take the last 5 years, and I think one of the problems is this. Yes, the jetport has been extremely aggressive getting grants to do needed maintenance on the jetport. Now, that is whether or not we were upgrading the drainage or whether or not we were updating the runway or the tarmac. The entire tarmac had to be taken out and resurfaced. I mean, it was a lot of maintenance that needed to be done. We got grants for that. Now, with every grant, you have a match. So if the state of North Carolina wants to give the jetport here a $1 million grant, and actually I think the fence costs $2 million. $2 million to put a brand new perimeter fence where the animals were actually standing in the runway for planes to land. Undoubtedly, you can't operate a jetport like that. So they said, we will pay and give a grant for $2 million to put a new fence in. But that required the county to put $200,000 for that. Now, I don't know about you, but if we're going to improve our facilities with $2 million worth of improvements and we have to put in $200,000, undoubtedly that's good business. That's just good business. So I think it may do us well to go back a 5-year period, because that's when most of these grants took place. There was a lot of in and out. You had to put the $2 million out in advance that you had to spend it in order to get the $2 million or $1.8 million back. Right. I think I'm out on that figure. But at any rate, so if we can go through and kind of get a balance sheet of that, the ins and the outs to see where we're at, because it did cost us to get those grants.
I would
It
ask
did.
that you go back before the grants, if you're gonna go back. We've done this one time, and it still came out to be the same.
Can we go back 10 years
We
then?
go back 10 years. It's
Go back
money that's
10.
being spent that's not accounted for.
So that we could see how much of local dollars actually went into the not only the operation, but also all of these improvements as well. Okay, I'm moving on to the Maxwell Center. I think on the Maxwell Center, the only comment I would have is I would ask them to reinstitute, they plan to have naming rights for the remaining rooms and amenities there at the Maxwell Center. They kind of dropped that after they opened it up. But the main halls are still not named, and I think that they need to re-implement that program of bringing that revenue in for naming rights. I think they need to have some digital advertising within the facility to have local firms actually be advertising, again, to bring in some additional revenue. We've got a I think I saw around $600,000 annual cost to the county for operations there, and we're gonna have to find some additional revenue to offset that.
Well, I would think the naming of the rooms would go straight to the debt service on the building.
Well, and that would be fine too. But in some way, I think we would need to re-implement that. But we do need to find additional revenue for that.
Who comes up with those figures? What is
Well, they
the-
come up with a recommendation and bring it to us for us to approve. So, Mr. County Manager, if you'd rather reach out to him and ask him to re-implement that and bring some recommendations to us.
Will do.
Capital outlay. Kind of give me a brief explanation on this tab. Madam Finance Director, okay, you're gonna give me a,
1 second.
okay. She had to look it up.
So $2.8 million is the amount that has been appropriated for capital outlay. I am looking that document.
And that is our capital improvement plan.
That is
for this
correct.
next year, is that correct? Which includes purchasing of vehicles and various sundry things.
The items that are over $5,000. All right.
Except for this IT amount.
Except for that one idea.
Okay, so just to give you a breakdown of those items. All right.
We are in the short rows, guys.
$5,276 for a linen badge reader. This is for our EMS department. Animal control ventilation system and air conditioning, $182,000. HVAC units, including the jetport, including Jeffrey's building, I saw J in my mind, is $42,500.
Beat that horse again.
Window coverings, for the Jeffrey's building, since they've installed the new windows, is $15,000. A case tractor at facilities, $127,000. Hustler mower is $12,000. Bush hog is $21,000. A spreader sprayer is $14,000. Fire alarm system updates, $54,000. Asphalt for William Street and Admin Building and Orman parking lots is $39,000.
That's
sealing.
That's seal coat, it ain't asphalt, yeah.
You can't get it for that.
Okay. Our vehicle allocation, that is a total of $278,000. So this is 3 inspections vehicles, a DSS vehicle, and a detention center vehicle. A Vigilon cameras for animal control, $46,000. Our annual allocation for our desktop computer replacement is $250,000. Our Sand infrastructure replacement allocation is $300,000. VPN firewall tunnel appliance for School Street is $5,400. Camera system for School Street is $75,000. Landfill. Landfill is not included in this total here. Landfill is in their own fund. $231,000 for a Mack roll-off garbage truck, $28,000 for trash compactor boxes, $30,000 for 40-yard trash boxes, $40,000 for a stationary trash compactor, $260,000 for a front-end loader, $30,000 for a Kubota RTV, $300,000 for asphalt, and that will be asphalt at your convenience sites. Continuing on to this fund is OES for UPS replacements of $84,000.
Of what type of replacement?
UPS.
Uninterrupted power source.
Okay.
Battery backup.
Your batteries.
Again, not in this fund, we've already went over it, the aerial photography for the revow fund, tax revow of $70,000. Sheriff's Office, their vehicle replacement, $680,000. $247,000 for mobile and portable radios, $350,000 for Axon car and body cameras, and $23,000 for K-9 officer. That totals your $2.854 million.
Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. The next tab is hospitalization. Again, hospitalization, look at this number. I can't even read that number.
$12,756,000.
And that is all based upon guesstimates, correct?
Our best educated guess, because we do not know what claims will arise next year.
Just a quick question though, in this year, where do we stand on our budgeted versus expense?
Okay?
Are we in the hole?
No, sir. I wasn't prepared for this. Give me just a minute. You know, I have a hard time giving you estimates.
While she's getting that, if you'll notice in the back of your book that we have the existing county debt by series, and you'll see where we're at in each one of those. But it'll give you some information on our debt. That said, Mr. County Manager, can you recap us of where we're at?
We're
And what
actually
changes we wanted to make?
$230,000 to the good as of right now, but we have not received our claims payment for June.
Well, that means you may be lucky to break even then.
Which is good. I would consider a good year.
I think we have in back, have some amendments to the recommended budget, and they are,
You have amendments to your revenue line items for rent at the jetport for T-hangers.
About 6,000.
You have an amendment to, your, small capital outlay for schools of $500,000. What am I missing?
That's coming out of 42 money.
Doing the $5,000 for senior volunteers and $5,000 for senior companions.
The $10,000 change, basically.
and those are the changes. Do I have a motion to approve the budget as amended? We've got a motion on the floor by Dr. DeMarco, Commissioner DeMarco.
Are y'all voting electronically or manually?
Manual.
Manually.
Turn my stuff up.
We closed it.
All right.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
I would like to say one thing, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you. We've been here for a long time, it's almost 4 o'clock, but thank you to all the staff for sitting here and helping us with this. Thank you to everybody who answered all of my probably 100 blue tabs in the budget before I ever came here. Just looking through this budget and just getting an idea of cost of government. Thank you, Chip, for your presentation today on just these unfunded mandates. Just concerns going forward of looking at things from healthcare costs, retirement costs, and just the cost of doing business is amazing. But thank you,
Yeah.
to everyone.
I want to add to that sentiment as well. Thank you, guys. And the questions I asked is just questions that's been asked to me to explain and asked as well, so.
No such
But y'all
thing
done
as
a good job, really
Thank you.
good.
It's a good team here putting it together.
And if I could, and I'm gonna ask you to amend your motion in a minute, because I think they're over there conspiring on how you go amend it, but anyway, let me say this, 14th year, and one of the best put-together budgets I've seen yet. The staff has done a remarkable job, without my input, which, may I remark, I remember the days when I used to attend all of those budget meetings and give them.
You just said, well, it was good, Joe.
I do. And it must have been because I didn't participate. But that said, y'all done a remarkable job. And I give you my sincere gratitude for the work that you did to make this an easy process. But it is a much easier process. Now, we have a motion on the floor, but we're going to amend the motion.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
And it's probably just ignorance on my part and Angie's part. So I was scrolling through the school budget. Is there anything that needs to be changed, and I'll defer to you, on how we handle our small capital in order to accommodate your request? So is there any capital-related expenditures in their current expense that we generally would not cover based off how we handle that? Does that make sense?
So what they've already paid for out of small cap, can they include in that and
Correct.
flip-flop?
Yep. That's what it is.
No, because, from the school district perspective, the school district has always followed what is considered a capital purchase, right? I mean, when it comes to, the only thing I think at one point in time, the commissioners approved for some of the performance contracts.
That's what I was thinking.
Potentially to come out of there. But I'm not sure. I think my request will be defined as the way it's presented, but I appreciate the question, because I'm not, the performance contracts would be the only other thing I would think of, but I'm not sure. how-
Because I knew one year they did come back and pay the performance contracts out of that, but I think it's called Fund 2, their local.
But it is stipulated that it goes to EC.
Well, in this appropriation, we can't stipulate
do
that
that.
because it's capital, but
It's
it'll
gonna
give
go to
them.
offset some other capital items that freeze up.
And the same procedures would have to apply, and that is that they submit the invoices to our finance department for payment. And it needs to be a capital expenditure.
So they would have to identify some capital expenditures
And-
within their current expense.
Yeah, from my understanding,
those departments,
the
they could-
finance director there at the school said that would be an issue.
Okay.
So they would have to be
Just wanna make
capital.
sure. Okay.
All right, now, back to the motion, I think there were two portions that we had to approve. One would be the overall budget, and the other would be,
Ordinance and fee ordinance,
and the fee ordinance.
as
So if you amend yours to include the fee ordinance,
To amend the motion to include what is the fee?
the fee ordinance. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed?
Was that one opposed?
One opposed, yeah.
It was. Okay, is there anything further that we need to discuss at this long meeting today?
I got two things.
Okay,
I want to, wish my youngest girly girl, happy graduation. She graduates Saturday. That's the last one. So she's, I'm still hanging around. And, so she graduates from Mr. Wayne, Saturday at Mount Olive College, so I wanted to mention her. And the last thing I'm gonna say is, Kayla, can you stand up? Joe, get her on the camera. Look, it's turning. Congratulations, Kayla, is our new county clerk. Even though I did miss you swearing in, I apologize for that.
Okay, busy week, we got this behind us, we've got a few other major issues to tackle, and hopefully those will be forthcoming in the weeks ahead. Thanks, everybody, for the work on the budget, get that behind us. If there's no further business, we are adjourned.